She believes in equality, unless you bring up the military draft. Accountability is her kryptonite. She believes in equality, unless you bring up the military draft. Accountability is her kryptonite. Therapists call her a walking gold mine. She thinks sleeping with dozens of men empowers her, and even the men she sleeps with agree. She shouts her abortions, and let's just say she shouts a lot. She's a happiness coach, even though she's miserable. She was taught there's over 70 genders in college, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to learn. She self-diagnoses and likes telling everyone about it. She hates when men objectify women's bodies. But for $4.99 a month, you can objectify hers. She calls herself a boss-ass bitch. Others just call her a bossy bitch. She has a lot of cats, but not nearly as many as she will have. She has a dad, but she doesn't really talk to him. He doesn't think we live in World War II Germany. No, she thinks we live in an even worse time and place. She nags to go on podcasts to debate, and then sues them when she loses. Her OnlyFans is worth less than a McDonald's breakfast. She likes black men until they display misogyny. Then she calls the cops, who are all bastards, by the way. She is the most feminist woman in the world.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Unfortunately, my good friend Joe once again forgot to do the raid. Starting to think he has like some kind of mental block or something. His especially since I did super chat him and did mention it, and he said he was going to take care of it, even though I did say to take care of it earlier when the email. Odd, but it is what it is. I guess it is what it is. How is everybody doing tonight? It's great to see you. I'm Jim, and this is Jim Tells You, where I tell you the news. And we've got a couple other short video clips to play before we get into some news and stuff. But let's say hello to everybody real quick. Let's see who's here. And Tuckweed says, Joe forgot to send us here. Yes, I am. I'm aware of that. Hey, what the F? How you doing? Great to see you. Jody, what's up? You tickled it. That's great. Audra, good to see you. Yeah, and then what says Tuckweed? And yet, here we are. Hello. And then Nick Deb, 1658, says hello. Kelly says, good evening, all. It's great to see you guys. Audra says, young Bella, young Bella, young Bella. Yep. Dawn, PA, great to see you. Awesome. 70 genders. Yeah, there's a lot of genders. That's what they say. They say, Catherine K says, hello, Jim and Jim Somniacs. HJ Remy is here too. What's up? Great to see you. Hello. Good, good, good. What's up? How you doing, Mr. Tim? Great to see you. All right. Let's go. Let's get into a real quick, another video type thing here real quick. I know we kind of, that this one, unsurprisingly, Joe did show this one on his show because I sent it to him. Just saying.
But I think this notion of toxicity in.
I need to share it. I need to share it. I need to share it. Okay. I need to share it. Hey, Gary Groose, what's up, man? Great to see you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, Costa Rican expats here too. Great to see you.
But I think this notion of toxicity in masculinity needs to be separated. And I think it's been conflated. And I think we're going to have to work on that a little bit.
Is he driving some kind of machine that has two levers to move or something? Is this the crazy train? Is that how you drive the crazy train?
And I think there is a crisis.
I think some of us scare them. I think I scare them a little bit why they spend so much time on that.
Yeah, people are afraid you're going to take some of them tampons and shove them places they don't belong because you wanted to put tampons in men's bathrooms. So who knows what you want to do with those tampons? I mean, it scares people. You know, some people's butts are exit only, and they don't want you sticking things in them, Tim. Hey, Steve Hilliard's here. What's up? Great to see you, especially Miss Hacker, Audra, all you hairy-legged men. What? Hey, Kelly, great to see you, too. Nice to be here. Thanks for being here.
No, I'm serious because I can fix a truck. They know I'm not bullshitting on this.
Yeah.
I'm not putting this in people's grill. I don't know if my identity is not hunting. My identity is not football coaching. My identity is not, a beard and a truck.
But I think this notion of toxicity in masculinity needs to be separated. And I think is
that not the least masculine person you've ever seen? Yes. What's up, KZP Muse? Gypsy Muse, what's up? Horses are terrified of waltz. I've heard that there's some kind of weird stuff with him and horses. None of your business is here, too. He says, sorry I'm late. I was waiting for Joe to send me here. I'll know better next time. I'm starting to think this is a pattern with Joe. Like if something happens, fool me once, shame on you. And as George Bush says, fool me twice, won't get fooled again. Something like that. Gary Goose says that tweakers always move their hands for no reasons. It is what it is. And then there's this one, which I really wanted to bring up because, first we're going to listen to Donald Trump talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then we're going to listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Or should we do Trump first and then Marjorie Taylor Greene? Or let's do Trump first. He's the president.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, or some people call her Taylor Greene, some people call her Taylor Brown, because green sometimes turns to brown, which isn't nice. But I've watched her say that he spends too much time on foreign. Well, by doing that, and first of all, it doesn't take a lot of time. I made one trip. I brought back trillions of dollars on that one trip. I stopped in Japan. I stopped in South Korea. I met with President Xi and ended
You went
what
to
could
the
have been a
Middle
big
East. I was on
problem.
that trip with you.
Went to the Middle East. I brought back $3 trillion from the Middle East. I sold many Boeing airplanes on that trip, like 300. When I go on a trip, I only have one place in mind. It's the United States. So when people with low IQs like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a low IQ person.
Low IQ
When
person.
She says it's too, but
Okay, so see now, people can't say that he's racist when he says that Ilhan Omar is low IQ or Rashida Tlaib or what was his name, Hank Johnson or any of these other people or Cory Booker, and he says those are low IQ people. They can't call him racist because he's calling Marjorie Trader Brown, as he likes to call her, or Marjorie Trader Green, whatever her name is. She's calling her low IQ too. So I think I'm sensing a pattern here that he only calls people that are genuinely low IQ people.
she was a loyal person until I wasn't able to answer her phone calls because I'm just too busy to answer people's phone calls. You can't call me 3 times a day. And it's just, not appropriate when I have, over 200 congressmen, 53 senators, 212 countries. All of these people are calling, and a family. Actually, the family suffers. It's harder for me to call back the family. But when you think of what I've done, remember rare earth and the problem with magnets and all of these things that was going to shut down the whole world. I worked it out with President Xi. We have a good relationship. I worked it out with President Xi.
So
Very
that
favorable to the
does
United
come
States.
back to the
But
economy
wait a
here in the
minute.
U.S., right?
You made a statement, though, that I devote too much time to outside of the United States. I've made a fortune for the United States by focusing
And to
on
be
things
clear, that's not
outside.
my statement. That's just what some of your supporters and some others have said.
Well, then, I can't imagine their supporters because I've made a fortune and spent very little time. All of my time is spent here. Most of my time is spent here.
Most of his time is spent here. But so he said this stuff, and then of course, President Trump slammed Marjorie Trader Green in his interview, and of course, she's a low IQ person. She says I spend too much time on foreign soil. And then look at Marjorie Trader Green. Oh, look at that. Looks like Jane Fonda over there with the North Koreans. Same thing. Ooh. Yeah. But so, of course, Marjorie Trader Green had to go on CNN today to call President Trump hateful and say he's a bad leader. Oh, I told you she'd go full Democrat before the 2026 midterms, despite President Trump. I called this years ago, and people called me crazy and jealous. And I hate to have to, Laura Loomer, not really a fan.
To be precise. In addition to what we just heard there, President Trump posted yesterday that you are, quote, and I'm quoting him now, not America first or MAGA, and your, quote, new views are those of a very dumb person. That's the President of the United States speaking about you. What's your response to these latest attacks?
Well, actually, Wolf, I feel very sorry for President Trump. I genuinely do. It has to be a hard place for someone that is constantly so hateful, and puts so much vitriol, name calling, and really tells lies about people in order to try to get his way or win some kind of fight. And I think that's exactly what's wrong in America today. That's what's wrong in this toxic political environment that has ripped our country apart. And I personally think that that's poor leadership from a president. It's a very bad demeanor, and Americans are very tired of it.
Sorry for the disruption. But can you believe she would say these things about our President Trump? Like, what is wrong with her? And Jody is a comment about Waltz, and Newsom says, two homos sitting next to each other talking. Yes. And C. Wilkie says, the noticing. Great to see you here, C. Wilkie. Awesome that you're back again. What a goofy, awesome Donald. Soon to be Judge Logic. Well, I can't see how he could be a judge because you got to schedule things, you got to keep track of stuff and have a schedule. And if you can't even remember, like when someone, when someone sends you emails every day and asks you to do one thing, one little thing that takes like 30 seconds, you can't remember to do that. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen. What's Jacqueline? What's up? Good to see all the single ladies dance while seated. Okay. Cool. He's telling the truth. Yeah, he is hilarious, and I'm a licensed special education teacher. And he is funny and loving. I know hate, evil, and ugly, and he's just really funny. Why can't midgets wear tampons? Because they trip on the strings. Oh, that's a good joke. That's a good joke. I got to remember that one. Man makes me belly laugh and look at MTG. What the heck? Yeah, she's. I knew she was going. I saw it, the stuff that she was doing, the things she was saying. I saw this coming a while ago. People were like, "What are you talking about?" Nah. She's always been a wackadoo, and she's decided that Trump is leaving. He can't win another election. She has no use for him, and so she's going the other way. Yeah, he heard her fee-fees. Yeah. Cable Muse network costs extra and is only after hours. Yeah, no one is jealous of Marge Horseface. No, bless her heart. Hey, what's up, Dan? Great to see you. Yes, there are way worse Congress people who Trump could focus on. She's focusing on him. She keeps saying things. He's hitting back at her. She started it. With the whole Epstein accusing him of being a pedophile, standing with people holding up signs, calling him a pedophile. She started it. What's up, Vanilla Gorilla? Great to see ya. Trump busts everyone's balls all the time, and we love it. Doesn't she have a construction company to run? Well, no. See, her ex-husband runs it with all the illegal workers, and she just collects the money. Andy says, turncoat traitor. I kind of agree. I do. MTG is a distraction to the real issues. No one is leaving MAGA to follow her. No, she thinks she's going to get love from The View and stuff. She thinks she's going to be a left-wing star. She thinks she's the new Liz Cheney. That's what she thinks. She thinks she's the new Liz Cheney. She really does. What's up? Nephilis says, I used to like her. What happened to her? I don't know. I don't know. Woodham says, Joe forgot again. Oh, he did. He definitely did. And he's going to, ever since she was in McCarthy's pants. Did she really get in McCarthy's pants? Is that true? I thought that was just a rumor. Thought it was just a rumor. Wow. That's amazing. So we're going to jump right into some news tonight. Got a bunch of news stories lined up. A whole bunch. We'll see if we can get through them all. I don't know. Got 37 different topics, each with 3 to 5 links. So we'll see what happens. And as per usual, the way the show works is it goes for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours. And then if we reach the goal of $100, we extend the show by an hour. Now I add up everything. There's a links pinned in the chat for PayPal and Cash App and Ko-Fi, Coffee, whatever you want to call it, to make tips, donations. I add that up. Any types of Rumble rants or YouTube super chats, gifted memberships on Rumble or YouTube, along with becoming a member on YouTube or Rumble. I add that in, add it all up. And when we hit 100, I add an extra hour to the show. For every 100 that comes in, I add an extra hour to the show. The show could be 2.5 hours. It could be 3.5 hours. It could be 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, 8, whatever. It could go all night long if you guys wanted to. And as a little bonus, when we hit the first $50, we activate Bellavision for the evening. And she's, just chilling. And I'll fix a camera, obviously. Unless, of course, if there's an individual donation of $25 or greater that comes in, then we automatically activate Bellavision for the whole evening. And, that could be a $25 super chat or Rumble rant or Cash App, PayPal. Or it could be, like 5 gifted memberships would be, enough to cover it. Beautiful Cat says, hello, guys. Where's my baby Bella? Well, she's here. She's just waiting. She's just waiting. And then the first story we want to talk about is this one here. That Trump is open to drug strikes on Mexico and Colombia. Gary Glue says, the libtards will use her as a rhino puppet until she pulls her head out of her rectum or fades away like Les Cheney. Yes, that's funny, right? Les Cheney. I thought I heard my phone did some weird update and it doesn't look right or nothing. And Nothing seems to be where it's supposed to be. It's got some kind of new thing called glass. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yes, it's the tablecloth shirt. Your favorite shirt. I wore it just for you. I wore it just for you. Just for you. All right. So President Trump has said he would consider expanding his military campaign against drug cartels in countries such as Mexico and Colombia. Since September, Trump has authorized several strikes in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific on small Venezuelan boats ferrying drugs, as well as a large buildup of U.S. naval forces in the region. In an interview with Politico's Dana Bash, Trump was asked if he would consider expanding strikes against targets in other countries with high drug trade activity, such as Mexico and Colombia. And sure, I would, he says. So there it is. So sure, he would. Were you serious about wearing a suit for a $20 super chat last month? I didn't think it was $20 super chat, but I mean, I could go put on a suit, but yeah, Trump is actually waging a war on drugs. I thought it was $100 super chat. That's what I remember. I would go put on a suit because that takes like I got to get. I mean, I guess I don't have to wear the pants. I just have to wear the shirt and the jacket. So I mean, no one sees the pants. I might not be wearing pants right now. You wouldn't even know. So it says Newsweek contacted the White House for a comment. And why this matters is the Trump administration says that the military has killed at least 87 people in 22 known strikes in the Caribbean Sea and the Eastern Pacific. Oh, maybe I'm remembering it incorrectly. Jody says, no pants. I'm wearing shorts, actually. Not boxer shorts. I mean, I am wearing boxer shorts, but I'm wearing actual shorts because you can't see my legs. So, the Associated Press reported that Trump has justified the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs into the United States, saying the U.S. is engaged in an armed conflict with drugs cartels. And this is Gary Goose says that Trump is actually waging a war on drugs. Actually is. And then Kevin says, I am so terrified of that no pants, no shoe view whenever you just Bella's camera. Be very afraid. Be very afraid. Expanding strikes to targets in other countries risks harming diplomatic relations with those countries, provoking political backlash, and shifting U.S. drug policy toward far more aggressive actions, which, why not? The expanded U.S. military presence near Venezuela has fueled speculation about how those forces could be employed. They're going to be employed to get rid of drugs. And probably the guy that's running Venezuela, I mean, he's probably on his way out. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has insisted the real purpose of the military operations is to force him from office. Well, yeah, that's probably the truth. There's probably a lot of truth to that. The truth's in the pudding, as they say. In an interview with Burns, Trump refused to rule out putting American boots on the ground in Venezuela to bring an end to Maduro's regime. I don't want to rule it in or out. I don't want to talk about it, he said, a possible ground invasion, and that he didn't want to speak with the outlet about military strategy. Makes sense. Trump declined to say if he wanted to force Maduro from office, but said his days are numbered. Asked about his goal in Venezuela, Trump said he wanted the people of Venezuela to be treated well, adding, I want the people of Venezuela, many of whom live in the United States, to be respected. What? Trump recently warned that any country producing drugs could face U.S. military strikes, prompting a response from Colombia's President Gustavo Petro. And Petro, who, if you guys remember, like it was about a month ago, we played a clip from Petro where he threatened to kill Trump. He said that he could get rid of Trump just like that. So he's going to put a hit on Trump, I guess. Not a wise thing to state, really. Petro invited Trump to visit the country to participate in the destruction of 9 laboratories we do daily to prevent cocaine from reaching the U.S. So this guy says he destroys 9 labs daily. Well, maybe you should do something besides destroy the same 9 labs over and over again and then rebuilding them and destroying them. because if you were destroying 9 labs a day, that would be like, what, 3,600 a year? I don't think you're destroying 9 a day, you liar. See, Wookie says, I love how the press complains about things that have not even happened yet. Yeah, sure they do. Yeah, they destroy 9 labs a day. Sure they do. And by 9 labs a day, they're talking about somebody's apartment that has 9 different pots with like crack cooking or something, probably. Meanwhile, Republican and Democrat lawmakers have urged Trump to seek war powers authority from Congress for operations against the alleged drug traffickers. Why? He has the power. Already has it. Why would you seek power to do something you already have the power to do? Last week, Democrats Tim Kaine and Chuck Schumer of New York and Adam Schiff of California and Republican Rand Paul of Kentucky filed a resolution to force a congressional vote on the issue if the administration carries out a strike within Venezuela. And that didn't pass. Didn't pass. It came after Trump said strikes on land would be taking place very soon. It didn't pass. President Trump said in an interview with Politico that those boats come in largely from Venezuela. They send really, really bad people into our country. They've done it better than anybody else. They emptied their prisons into our country, and these prisoners are seriously tough. Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said in a statement last week, the American people do not want to be dragged into endless war with Venezuela. What the fuck planet do you live on that you think that it would be an endless war with Venezuela? The Venezuelan people hate Maduro. They're oppressed, they're abused, they're getting murdered if they protest in the streets. He lost the election and basically just said, no, we're not going to count it, and stayed in power. What are you talking about? All right. They have no military to speak of. "48 hours maximum. And that is an end of conflict in Venezuela. There'd be nothing left in 48 hours. We ought to defend what the Constitution demands, deliberation before war. We've been deliberating on it since 1970, when you formed the DEA and declared a war on drugs and nobody fucking did nothing. So, yeah. Kostas Panagopoulos, a professor of political science at Northeastern University, told Newsweek that Americans have limited appetites for military conflicts. Extended conflicts could backfire on Trump, especially if there is domestic resistance, meaningful retaliation, or if service members are killed. Their military is weaker than Texas's National Guard. I would honestly say that Venezuela's military is weaker than Rhode Island's National Guard. Tim Lorsong says, Jim, someone stated Trump said election fraud proof is going to be released soon. Do you know? I haven't heard anything about it. I think that supposedly some information that he supposedly got from Maduro. What Maduro wants is a guarantee that he gets immunity and safe passage to, like, probably, the Seychelles or one of those, like not Switzerland, but there's another one where all his money is, where he's got all his stolen money. That's where he wants to be able to go. My sense is Americans would rather see Trump focusing on lowering prices and affordability. So they want drug prices to come down. That's what they want. They want the price of cocaine on the street to come down. So stop blowing up boats. Rand Paul seems to be all about protecting drugs these days. I think I liked him better when he fixated on the Federal Reserve. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, why are all these people so up in arms about drug cartels and terrorists? None of them said this stuff when Obama was blowing up American citizens. Maybe Rand Paul might have, but Trump is putting a disruption of the senators' donators by blasting boats. Maybe. Anything short of this can be viewed as a disconnect or as a distraction, which cement the narrative that Trump is unable to deliver on the top issues voters elected him to address. The top issue that Trump was elected to address was illegal immigration and crime. That was the top issue. It really was. And he's doing that. And the economy was second. And guess what? You get out all of these illegals, that are driving up costs everywhere, and our costs come down. It's supply and demand. Lower the demand, supply increases. Military conflicts often don't go as planned. They spiral out of control. Spirally out of control and anticipated. Whoever, this has got to be AI. Look at this. Military conflicts don't go as planned. Spirally out of control. They spiral out of control. They don't spirally out of control. That's ridiculous. In anticipated or unintended ways, and could spell disaster for any administration that fails to manage them effectively. It's a real risk for any president, let alone someone with historically low levels of public approval. Well, surprisingly, we have a story somewhere in the stack today of that Trump's approval rating is over 41% now. So higher, than they've been saying it was ever. So Grant Davis here, a political science professor at Syracuse University, told Newsweek that firing on Venezuelan boats supposed to be captained by drug runners headed to U.S. is one thing, but floating ideas about sending troops into Venezuela itself is entirely another. Such a move would cause real rifts within the party. He added that I'd be surprised if we actually see troops in Venezuela, and if that happens, I'd expect you to see a stiff reaction in Congress. Yeah, a bunch of them would have stiffies, because they're all about... All the people in Congress are all for sending troops to fucking Ukraine to fight nuclear-powered Russia, but they don't... We're worried about shitty backwater that has, small arms and that oppress their people to the point where there's constant protests, and it's been going on. And why did they want to protect the commies in Venezuela? Armed conflicts can often make presidents more popular. Traditionally, there's a rally around the flag reaction, which translates to rally around the president. As Commander-in-Chief, George W. Bush ratings shot up after 9/11, but again, this is no 9/11, and I don't think that's where the country's mood is presently. Actually, the country's mood polled on it, and it's like 80% of the country is all in favor of blowing up these fucking boats and stopping the drugs. So they don't say nothing about those polls. So Trump has threatened to expand the strikes to any countries producing drugs, but it remains seen if that will happen. I am all for attacking fucking Mexico, going into Mexico, getting them there. And if the Mexican president gets lippy, she can go too. I think it was Ron Paul that wanted to end the Fed. Rand Paul promised to go after Fauci, but crickets. Yeah. Hey, Uncle Bob, what's up? Nice to see you. Hello, Jim Somniacs. Great to be here. Awesome. Love spending time with you guys. So, let's see. And then just from Axios, just says Trump re-ups threat to strike Mexico, Colombia drug trafficking targets. He considered a similar approach to curb the flow from Mexico and Colombia. I mean, Mexico is where he's got to start cracking the whip, really. It says they're saying it stirred up mass international and bipartisan concern in Congress. Why are people voting for people that are concerned about drug dealers and narco-terrorists getting blowed up? Are they concerned about the 110,000 Americans that die every year from the poison that's coming into the country? Maybe. And Reuters has the same, basically Trump declines to rule out sending U.S. troops to Venezuela, Politico reports. He repeatedly declined to rule out sending troops to Venezuela, which, I don't want to rule it in or out. I don't want to talk about it. So that's that. Jody says, Jim, that's what I'm thinking. Mexico, Trump doesn't really say where the ground fight will be. That's where it will do most good. It really will. Is going into old Mexico. Just pointing out that the last time that we decided that the Mexican government wasn't doing what they were supposed to do, when it came to a guy by the name of Pancho Villa, one battalion, not even a division, one battalion made it all the way to Mexico City. I mean, granted, it had Blackjack Pershing at the lead with a young George Patton at his side, but they made it to Mexico City. And they had to be called back by the U.S. government. It was like, oh, shit, man. We just wanted you to go at the border. What are you doing, taking over the whole country? And they're like, yeah, what are you talking about? Dem elected as mayor in Miami, first time in 28 years. What, that election was today? I didn't even hear about that election. And then kind of on the same topic here, Trump says that it's up to Hegseth whether or not they're going to release the boat strike video because it's under control of the Department of Defense, and so or Department of War, and he's the Secretary of War, so it's up to him. Trump said on December 8th that he would let Secretary of War Pete Hegseth decide whether to release the video of a second strike on a drug smuggling boat in the South Caribbean that killed 2 occupants who survived an initial attack. Trump previously told reporters on December 3rd that he didn't know what video the Department of War had of the strike, but said if whatever they had, we'd certainly release, no problem. A reporter brought up that remark during the press conference and pressed Trump on whether he would instruct Hegseth to release the footage. And Trump said, whatever Hegseth decides to do is okay with me. That was a boat loaded up with drugs. I saw the video. They were trying to turn the boat back where it could float, and we didn't want to see that because the boat was loaded up with drugs. Speaking at the Reagan National Defense Forum in California on December 6th, Hegseth said that the video was being reviewed but did not indicate whether it would be released. We're viewing it right now to make sure sources, methods, and I mean, it's an ongoing operation, TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. We got operators out there doing this right now. So, yeah, so they want to make sure they're not just going to release stuff out of there. Plus, I mean, if it's like a straight up snuff film, do we really want that released? I mean, they should just release it. They should just put a black box. Just put a, like, oh, yeah, we released it. Here it goes. And let's put a black box over it and be like, oh, yeah, well, we can't show you that stuff. That's what I would do. Just be a dick. So whenever we were to decide to release, we'll have to be very responsible about it. We're reviewing that right now. The September 2nd strike was the U.S. military's first strike on drug smuggling vessels in the Caribbean amid the Trump administration's effort to stop drug trafficking into the United States. They say curb, but let's say stop, because to curb is just to slow it down. We want to stop it. The White House said last week that Navy Admiral Frank Mitch Bradley ordered a second strike during the incident, which killed 2 survivors from the initial strike. Democrats and other critics say such strikes may have potentially violated international law if shipwrecked survivors were targeted in a subsequent strike. If their boat was still floating, they're not shipwrecked. That's not shipwrecked. Because according to them, then, if you hit a boat with a torpedo and it's starting to sink, you can't hit it again. I mean, they always hit stuff more than once. Straight up snuff film. Hilarious, Jim. Well, that's what I'm saying. I shouldn't be releasing that stuff. Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? Put like a big black box over the middle of it, that big black square. Because they like when we get stuff from the Democrats all the time, it's always redacted, redacted, redacted. So just redact it. There you go. Wouldn't be any remains left or blood if they just used a Moab. Well, I guess maybe they should learn the lesson and hit the boat with just send 3. Bang, 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 right away. Make sure you blow it up and that there's nothing left of the boat to start with. Hegseth said on December 6th he would have made the same call to conduct a follow-up strike on the boat. The Pentagon chief said that he was told after the initial strike that there had to be reattacked because there was a couple of folks who were still in the fight. Yeah. Put a black box and say censored, may contain violent content. Yeah. No, say might contain disturbing content. They were actively interacting with them. So there were still drugs there. Access to radios. There was a link-up point for another potential boat. Drugs were still there. They were actively interacting with them. I said, Roger, sounds good. From what I understood then and what I understand now, I fully support that strike. I would have made the same call myself. In a Truth Social post announcing the strike on September 2nd, Trump said the vessel was operated by the Venezuela criminal narco-terrorist group, designated foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua, designated a foreign terrorist organization by the federal government. And it was en route to the United States with illicit, illegal, murderous chemical weapons known as drogas. A total of 11 occupants were killed in the strike. Sounds cut and dry to me. And ABC News says Trump backtracks. Trump backtracks on releasing the boat strike video. Distances himself from the controversy. Would you see the way these people write these stories? How they twist things, and they're just trying to push a narrative so that the people with the TDS just continue to run and scream like their hair's on fire, saying, oh my God, Trump does this. Oh my God, Trump does that. It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be the same. Blah, 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 blah. It's crazy. Another slow news day? I wouldn't say it's another slow news day. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see here.
This morning, President Trump reversing course, now deferring to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on releasing the full video of the September 2nd strikes on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean that killed 11 people, including 2 initial survivors.
Mr. President, you said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegseth now says...
You said that. I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
You said that you would have no problem releasing the full bit. Okay, well, Secretary Hegseth...
Whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
But just last week, President Trump said he had no problem making the video public.
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we'd certainly release. No problem.
So far, the Pentagon has released 22 videos of strikes on alleged drug boats. But it's the video of the September 2nd strike that killed 2 survivors that's drawing increased scrutiny. Hegseth says he won't commit to releasing it.
Whatever we were to decide to release, we'd have to...
Drug boats.
I mean, technically, they didn't kill 2 survivors. They're dead. They didn't survive. You can't kill survivors. It's kind of weird, right? This is ABC, fake news. Yes, definitely. Hey, what's up? Crazy Dude has raided the stream. See, that's how crazy dude, that's how what Joe needs to learn how to do. Like, Joe forgot to raid the stream again. I just am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Mm-hmm. Yes, welcome. Cass-Ass Rumble 29 says, Raid, welcome. Smash that like, yes, thank you. Thank you all for being here, man. Man, so great. Rumble is becoming, man, it's becoming really lively over there in the ghetto. And I don't even like calling it the ghetto. I like calling it the jungle. Rumble in the jungle. What's up, Crazy Dude? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Yes, Joe is learning, I hear, hopefully. I don't know.
But it's the video of the September 2nd strike that killed 2 survivors that's drawing increased scrutiny. Hegseth says he won't commit to releasing it.
Whatever we were to decide to release, we'd have to be very responsible about. So we're reviewing that right now.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats who viewed the video demanding for it to be released, describing it as showing an attack on 2 defenseless survivors.
What is with that voice? Is it just me, or is it silently going like, it needs to be released?
Would violate international law. The president now says he's seen the video, but when I asked if the American people would get that chance...
Are you committing to releasing the full video?
Didn't I just tell you that?
You said that it was up to Secretary Hegseth.
He wouldn't commit.
I told you, whatever Pete Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
So this morning, lawmakers are trying to force the Pentagon's hand to release that video by including it in the annual must-pass defense spending bill. And later today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, they're going to be on Capitol Hill to brief the Gang of 8. These are the top Democrats and Republicans in Congress behind closed doors on this.
Yeah, that pressure certainly is building. The president also yesterday announced a big bailout package for America's farmers.
$12 billion of taxpayer money to bail out farmers, in part because they have been suffering because of the president's tariff policies, his trade policies.
Shut up.
It is no secret here that American farmers have been suffering since China and this ongoing trade war. China stopped buying American soybeans for months. That has now resumed. But farmers out there say they're still feeling the pinch. This is not the first time that the president has had to bail out farmers. Remember, his first term, $20 billion the president spent to bail out farmers back then because of his trade policies, too.
We do remember that. But continuing on with the trade wars, the president is opening up
All right. You know what? Listen. Look at it. Farmers are always getting handouts. The government pays farmers not to grow shit most of the time. Like, it's a whole bunch of, it's very weird. All right. And there's all these subsidies for corn, for ethanol and stuff. And, you know, we should honestly should end it all. You know, really, we should end all the subsidies for all stuff. If it doesn't make money, if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. That's what I think. And then Anthony says that, or Kevin first says that it doesn't sound like a human being. It really doesn't. And Anthony says, not a survivor, not enemy combatants, designated terrorists. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it works. Hey, Duck Fat's here. What's up? Great to see you, Duck Fat. Enough of this TDS. Yes, I agree. So Trump, after initially saying he had no problem releasing the video of September strike, that's not what he said exactly. He said this was before when the strike first happened. September 2nd. He's like, I don't know. They're like, because they asked him, he goes, I'm sure. And they did release video of the strike. And they're not trying to say, well, no, there's other video of the second strike and this and that. And it's like, well, no. Listen. Yeah, don't bail out farmers, bail out illegals and drug smugglers. Yeah. No, I'm not saying don't bail out anybody. That's what I'm saying. Don't bail out anybody. Don't bail out Ukraine. Don't bail out Israel. Don't bail out any of these other countries, Africa, any of this stuff. Bail out the American worker. Maybe stop having all these weird rules and different regulations in place that constrict what farmers can do and how much water they can use. That's the problem, really. I mean, you're doing all this stuff. You're constantly regulating the farmers' actions and then paying them. They're paying some farmers not to grow crops. Or, they pay them, instead of growing this year, grow this. We want you to grow this. We want you to grow that. I don't know. Like, why are we growing all these soybeans that we don't use in this country? What sense does that make? And then it's our fault when they can't sell the soybeans? How about grow stuff we want? Why are we getting shit from other countries when they could be growing it here? Seems kind of like, I don't know, man. Maybe, am I dumb? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me why we're growing all these soybeans when, don't they know that soy has estrogen mimicking properties that's turning all these people into fucking bitches and destroying masculinity? Come on. America first, America only, for fuck's sake. That's right. That's how I feel. It's so funny. Someone says something and people heard something totally different. The left doesn't listen very well. Yeah, here I'll pay you to shut down the entire industry. No sense. Yeah. Shut down. Same thing. Yeah. Can you imagine how much better our standard of living would be if the money was kept in our own pockets? Yes. Yeah, subsidies should never be offered to the mega industrial farms. And that's who's getting the most of the subsidies in all reality. Think about it. It's not the mom and pop farmer, the guy who has, 100 acres or whatever, 100 hectares, whatever it is of, land doing small farming stuff. It's not those people, the family farms. It's these huge industrial things because they've got the people that can fill out the paperwork. They got the people that got the lawyers that know what the rules are and what you got to have and the proper this and that and the different things. That's who's getting it, Celebrities and the rich often buy American farmland and get subsidies to not farm on the land they wouldn't farm on anyway. Yeah. Cannibalistic wizard, you're 100% right. Trump said, I didn't say that. Whatever Hexeth wants to do is okay with me. That's how I feel. Whatever Hexeth wants to do is okay with me. The government regulates farmers with chemicals, but not the public. Who sprays more Roundup? I don't know. All types of weird things. Not to mention that a lot of these problems that our farmers have, like we had the blight, the orange blossom blight or whatever it's called in Florida, that came from China. We have these different, these beetles and stuff that are eating trees and doing all these things. That came from China. All these different things. They keep bringing things from China, different funguses. They're trying to destroy us. Cow seeds. See, yeah, this is Forbes, which I just want to show you. We're not going to read the article, but I just want to show you the headline so you can see how insane this is. Trump continues to distance himself from controversial Venezuelan drug boat strike. I don't get involved. What? He's saying I don't get involved in this, what's going to be released. Not he's don't get involved. Does anyone think Trump's distancing himself from striking the boats? If the Somalis were getting farm subsidies, no problem. Well, the press wouldn't be saying anything if it was the Somalis, for sure, Pat Hacker. The press would think it was great. But they're trying to make a big deal about it and trying to blame Trump and say, oh, they had to give the farmers. How much subsidies do you think Joe Biden gave to farmers while he was in office? More or less than Trump did? More. Asian beetles eat your raspberries and grape leaves. Damn China. Yeah. Sunshine's here. Says, hey, Jim and everyone, I'm late. Well, don't worry about being late. Better late than never. So, yes, you see how this just, they could twist things and the headlines, the way they do. And then this story, man, this is on to the next story now. Breaking news. This is Brian Krasenstein. He's a gay midget who lives not too far from me. But whatever, to each their own. I just hope it's not his brother, that him and his twin brother aren't the ones. Anyway, that's gross. A new lawsuit filed demands that the Pentagon and the State Department turn over the legal basis for their Venezuela boat strikes. Hint, there are none. Well, here's the thing, Brian. Hint, national security documents and communications, the memo, the legal analysis coming from the lawyer memo to Trump, that doesn't just get released. Your lawsuit's going nowhere there, midget. New lawsuit presses the Pentagon and the State Department to disclose legal justification for the Venezuelan boat strikes. Now, I want anybody who's been a recent, or a frequent listener, watcher, participant in the show, or any of these other shows, I'm sure you've heard the name Norm Eisen before. And maybe if you really paid attention, you might have heard the name Richard Painter. Those are the people doing this lawsuit. All right. And Norm Eisen was the guy that was behind the whole entire thing to get Trump. He's part of the whole thing. If you remember last night, was it last night or the night before, we watched the video from Mike Benz about the plan to stop Trump and the whole thing. That was Norm Eisen. All Norm Eisen. New lawsuit presses Pentagon, State Department to disclose legal justifications. Advocacy group sues Trump to get the memo.
Here to react to Senate Armed Services Committee member and Republican Alabama gubernatorial candidate, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Coach, as you've asked me to call you, good to see you, Coach. It really does seem like a replay of the Maryland man.
Shocking. It's amazing to me just to listen to that interview. Where do these people come from? Hey, I've been up here, Will, for going on 6 years. And I thought I'd seen some unbelievable things. It's getting worse and worse. Open borders, drug trafficking, human trafficking, 38 trillion in debt. And these people do not like law and order. They just don't like it. And it's just amazing to me that in my lifetime, war on drugs, just say no, all these things. And at the end of the day, it's about protecting American lives, not protecting narco-terrorists. But they hate it because they hate Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, and they want something done about it. But guess what? They're going to keep right on keeping on.
It truly is shocking as you...
Hold on a second. Ms. Hacker says, what happened to the focus on fixing health care? There's actually a bill, I think it's in tonight's storyline. Maybe it was in last night's. Thursday, there's supposed to be a vote in the Senate on the Republican plan to fix Obamacare, whatever that is. I don't know. And then Richard Boone says, "Hi all. Speaking of lawsuits, I was informed tonight that ICE is facing hundreds of thousands of suits. It's possible. Who knows? This is all the U.S. This is probably all the USAID money that they shuffled out beforehand." An immigration judge stopped President Trump from releasing the bomb boat files. Oh, okay.
Put it into context there. To think back to the 1980s, hell, the 1990s, when, fighting drug trafficking was a bipartisan and common sense approach in America. And now the Democrats repetitively find themselves championing first illegal immigrants and criminal illegal immigrants like Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And now these guys on our screen right now. And maybe it's that they're against law and order. I'm willing to accept that. I also think just thinking everything has to be anti-Trump puts you in some really awkward positions in life.
It really does, and they got themselves in a jam on this one because people across the country are sick and tired of listening to people that are supporting these criminals. and they're tired of it. And it's one thing that they're going to lose the battle here on. They need to be on another subject. I think they will after the first of the year, but they hate the SecDef and President Trump so much. They do not want to give up on this. Let them keep pounding it. And they're going to, President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, they're going to keep bombing, and we need to kill them all.
Senator, also running for governor of the state of Alabama. I fear that I'm asking an not impartial arbiter here on this next question, but we'll find out. Here's the college football playoff bracket. Everybody on their screen can see it. What you should look for here is who's not on the list, who's not in there. And the controversy, Coach, is all about Notre Dame, 10-2 Notre Dame. Nobody really thinks, not many.
All right, I don't care about, I'm sorry if anyone cares about college football, but, Fox News says join Fox News for access to this content. They won't even let me see it. Fox News, whatever. So here we go. So this says, we'll go to this one. This is advocacy group sues Trump administration seeking the boat memo justifying the strikes. So the complaint filed in federal court in Manhattan argues that the deadly strikes, which have killed at least 87 people since early September, are illegal, and that Americans deserve to see the justification for them. Well, here's the justification for them. None of your business is on it right now. None of your business. This is the first time we've had a war on drugs. Everything before this was a war on our tax dollars. 100%. How much do those boat drivers get paid? I have time to drive a boat in the ocean like Miami Vice. I love Coach Senator. He's a winner at Auburn. Now he's a winner in Washington. Soon to be your governor. Well, that's awesome. Keisha Crockett for Senate. Yeah, that's news today too, right? But Slavey Crockett. The filing requests the court order the Justice Department, the State Department, to immediately search for all records regarding the legal reasoning and release them to the ACLU and other plaintiffs, including the New York Civil Liberties Union and the Center for Constitutional Rights. We think the public deserves to know how our government is justifying the cold-blooded murder of civilians as lawful. They're not civilians. They're terrorists. Terrorists are not civilians. See the game they're playing here? Jeffrey Stein, attorney for the ACLU, said, we think the Trump administration needs to stop these illegal and immoral strikes. How is it immoral to kill people who are poisoning you? And the officials who carried them out must be held accountable, not gifted a get-out-of-jail-free card. The War Department said it does not comment on pending or ongoing litigation. The U.S. military has conducted at least 22 strikes against boats that the Trump administration says were carrying drugs destined for the U.S. The administration has described the crew members as smugglers working on the behalf of cartels. No, they haven't. They've described them as working with narco-terrorists that are classified as terrorists. These people really not read our laws. I mean, the war was declared and signed by Congress in 1986. It still stands. Yeah. They said that they signed, there was a law, it's like the Maritime Drug Interdiction Act or something like that, that they could fire on boats that don't stop. So all they can do is say, hey, stop. They don't stop. You can hit them. Yeah. Look at all those radical left-wing law firms. Funny. It is, right? The first strike has become the subject of intense scrutiny after it was reported that 2 people survived an initial strike on the boat, but were later killed in a second one ordered by Admiral Frank Mitch Bradley. See, actually, that's not what they said originally, you liars. Originally, you said that Hegseth said, kill them all, which was a lie. Yeah, they're terrorists conducting chemical warfare operations. It really is. Democrat politicians have argued the follow-up strike, often known as a double tap, violated international law, because it targeted 2 people who were in an incapacitated craft in open waters. That's not what it means. It's not what it means. It's not at all what it means. Not at all what it means. Well, something. Bradley and General Kane went to the Hill and briefed him last week. And reaction to the briefing was split down party lines, with Republicans defending the follow-up strikes and Democrats expressing continued concern. We'll go figure. The same Democrats who said, attacked the cops and said we need to abolish the police, they probably want to abolish the military too, but not money for Ukraine, because that money all comes right back into their fucking pockets. We just have to tell them to stop. It's not our fault they can't speak English. The advocacy group said they filed their lawsuit after the government failed to respond to a Freedom of Information Act request for the documents filed on October 15th. By claiming these attacks are illegal while refusing to provide any evidence or rationale, Trump once again shows his disdain for transparency. And this lawyer's name is Iffy Chizensky, staff attorney for the New York City Literacy. That's very iffy, this whole thing coming forward. The court must step in and order the administration to release these documents immediately. All I got to say is national security, go fuck yourself. They discussed the principles of constitutional law. The Obama administration released a memo explaining why the Justice Department believed U.S. military operations in Libya were in the national interest, and then Barack Obama could initiate them without prior authorization from Congress. Oh. And during the Trump's first term, the Justice Department released its memo justifying U.S. military strikes on 3 Syrian chemical weapons facilities. Stein said he disagrees with some who have argued that the strikes amount to war crimes. We are not in a war, and so any discussion of these illegal strikes as war crimes is inaccurate. The law of armed conflict does not apply to these strikes. They are premeditated killings outside of the context of armed conflict, and we still have a legal concept for that conduct. It's murder. Oh, okay. Woo, wackadoo. I'll be so glad to see these people out of office. Wish to see them all in prison, too. Could be. And this is Justice Department faces call for internal probe into legal opinion on Venezuelan boat strikes. A bipartisan group of former federal ethics officials is asking for the strikes. Yeah, they're called the ex-officials sent a request to the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility. The group includes Norm Eisen, Richard Painter, and the Virginia Cantor, who serves as an ethics counsel for President George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton. Oh, what do you know? Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush. Wow. Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel ushered a still classified opinion finding that personnel taking part in military strikes on drug trafficking boats would not be exposed to future prosecution. So it's a classified opinion. So it means they can't release it. He needs to go look at the actual declaration of war on the drugs signed in Congress by 86. He might be shocked at what he reads. The group's request for a formal inquiry said that the result of the Justice Department's legal opinion is free rein for the government to murder and assassinate foreign civilians. They're not civilians if they're actively engaged on a chemical warfare attack on the United States. I mean, I guess then Al-Qaeda was just civilians, right? They're all civilians, Al-Qaeda. Yeah. All those people in Vietnam dressed in black pajamas, they were civilians because they didn't have uniforms on. Didn't Bill blow up a pharma factory in Sudan in the 90s? It was actually a milk factory, a milk processing plant that he blew up, claiming that it was making chemical weapons, and it wasn't. And all because he got caught with Monica Lewinsky. The military carried out more than 20 strikes in the Caribbean and Pacific since the beginning of September, killing more than 80 people. We got this. Okay, now to this story. Trump issues new threat to Chicago. Trump administration has issued a threat to pull federal funding from the Chicago Public Transit System, known as the CTA, Chicago Transit Authority, following the attack of a woman on a Chicago train last month, according to a report from the Associated Press. In a letter sent to Chicago Mayor Kami Johnson and Illinois Fat Slob Prickster, Federal Transit Authority Administrator Mark Molina demanded the CTA create and enforce a new safety plan with a deadline set for December 19th. The night Chicago died. Joe says, yes, I'm late, but I have a note from Mom. Well, don't think you could fool me again with your own writing, pretending, and just signed Mom. While the letter didn't make any specific demands on safety changes, Molina referenced the attack on Beth McGee, on the Chicago Blue Line, saying in part, "I will not accept the brutal assault of an innocent 26-year-old angel as inevitable cost of providing public transportation." The 50-year-old suspect, Lawrence Reed, has been charged with federal terrorism charges after he doused McGee with gasoline and set her on fire in a brutal, horrific attack described by officials as barbaric and premeditated. He faces possible life sentence if convicted. Yeah, that's right, Joe. You should have made the note with AI. I would have been able to figure it out. And Rachel Boone says, "I suppose every war we'd ever been in, actually a war since they were all considered civilian by the demon rats." The demon rats. Public safety is the top of my top priorities. What? Mayor Johnson said during a press conference on Tuesday, adding that that's why we're working on ensuring that we make the necessary investments so that people will continue to ride our public transportation system, that they can do it safely. Here's an idea. Well, let everybody carry guns on the train. You won't have people lighting people on fire. Rachel Boone says he should get the wood chipper. Could this be? Is it possible? Who's Handsome comes in with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Wow, thank you, Who's Handsome. Let's see who got those. We got Steve Perrin, 555, a series of bats. Who's Handsome received a gift. Who's Handsome received a gifted membership from Who's Handsome. That's the first time I've ever seen anybody get a gifted membership that they gifted themselves. And Boohoo 4962 received a gifted membership, and Ken Phillips 2473 received a gifted membership. Yes, thank you. Bella for all. That's right. It's Bella for all. Bella for all. Bella for all. I gotta get this. Yes, Bella for all. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And then he gives, thank you, Handsome, Bella time. And then right here, he gifted another membership. Wow. So with that, that's $36 off. Let me, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me fix Bella's camera and let me adjust the banner for the correct goal amount. Which way is better, this way or this way? Huh. I think I like this way better. Because then I can do this. You can see her little paws moving. Thank you so much. 2 Bellas for all. Let me fix the banner. Take this down. And then, so we go to this. And that's 36 of 70. So that's $64. We are now $64 away, folks. We've been going for just over an hour. Careful with that camera. Don't worry, Kevin. I got it all. It's good. It's the mirror flip on the camera. You can do it. But so we've been going an hour, and with that, those 6 memberships, that knocks $36 off the goal. So that takes us to $64 for an extra hour of the show. So if you like the show, you want it to continue, please think about possibly donating some tips or whatever to get us over the hump there for an extra hour or 2 of the show, or 3, or however many you want. Because I can go all night over here. Ladies, you hear that? I can go all night. I know that's creepy. I shouldn't have said that. That's not cool. Thank you. Yes, thank you all. She's kicking the QR code out of the way. She's trying anyway. So maybe I should, I don't know, should I fix it better? Let me see. You tell me what's better. I guess she's not kicking the QR code now with her paws. Now you can see her little paws if she wants to do her little paws like that. That's what she didn't say. Yes. Newsweek reached out to the White House for and Prickster for comment, and why it matters is that the incident and subsequent threats from federal government have intensified the national debate on public safety, transit funding, and criminal justice reform. If criminal justice reform entails letting criminals out of jail, is that really a good thing? I mean, If they're dangerous criminals, they shouldn't be out of jail. I mean, that's the way I feel about it. I don't know. And it reignited political tensions between the Trump, it exposed gaps in pretrial release policies. Yeah, pretrial release policies where it doesn't matter, you could be arrested 30 times, 40 times, and just keep letting you out. That sounds like a serious problem. And it's ignited tensions between the Trump administration and Democrat demon rat-led cities like Chicago and the Chicago Savages, Chirac. The situation places the nation's third largest transit system in jeopardy of losing crucial federal support, potentially affecting millions of daily commuters and workers. I mean, why is it that the federal government is paying for all this shit in all these cities? I mean, maybe it should be up to the cities to pay for it themselves. I mean, these cities tax the shit out of people. You know, if you live in Chicago, you have to pay income tax in Chicago to Chicago? That's crazy. Same thing in New York. It's nuts. New York City. Nuts. Nutso. What you need to know. On November 17th, McGee was doused with gasoline and set on fire while riding the CTA Blue Line train in downtown Chicago. According to court records, the alleged attacker, identified as Reed, is a 50-year-old Chicago man. He had an extensive criminal history, and he was on an electronic monitoring for a previous aggravated battery case, which aggravated battery, if you guys don't know, is actually physically hurting somebody. An aggravated battery generally means that it's enough damage that you either used a weapon like a gun or a knife or something of a weapon, or it was violent enough that they had to be hospitalized for treatment. Falls out of a UFO. What is this? Hey, Hamburglar Helper, what's up? Great to see you. City tax, yeah, shitty tax. Yeah, and it certainly isn't that they have a demon rat mayor that refuses to allow cops to do their job. And a rainbow nuthards protesting the conditions of our prison. They want them all closed and criminals let out. Yeah. If you live for free and have no income, you pay no taxes. Yeah. Nice Dutch with the question signs. That's why Pelirrojas are the best. Reed was arrested the following day and charged with a federal terrorism offense, which carries a maximum life in prison. Just a few weeks after the attack, Molinaro demanded Chicago officials develop and implement an updated safety plan. The safety plan, it's the same safety plan that's been in existence since I was a young child riding the buses in Chicago. It's if you want to be safe, don't ride the fucking buses. That's the safety plan. You're trapped on there. Your old truck had an aggravated battery. Yeah, it can get that way, especially in the wintertime. And the FDA directive calls for significant increase in law enforcement or security presence on the CTA system and threatens to freeze up to 25% of Chicago's federal transit grants, a loss that can impair operations and maintenance. Why not just get rid of the prohibition on people with concealed carry licenses carrying on public transportation? Seems like that would be a wise thing to do. Should be the wood chipper, but it is Chirac after all. Chirac, Chicago. Pat Hacker says, I had one like that too. Aggravated battery. His letter described the attack as evidence of the systemic failures in both leadership and accountability at all levels, saying if the CTA does not take immediate action to increase the law enforcement presence, we will withhold federal funds. Where's all that city tax mayor money going? Probably to fund things like Mayor Johnson's 140 police officer personal security detail that guards him every day. Yeah, 140 cops guard him every day. If it was a safe city, why would the mayor need 140 cops guarding him every day? The confrontation is just the latest in ongoing disputes between Trump and Illinois demon rats over immigration enforcement and the deployment of National Guard troops and funding allocations for infrastructure. Both the mayor and the Faslav governor have condemned the attack, but have signaled resistance to actually holding criminals accountable because they think criminals vote for them and they want their votes. You can't punish criminals because, I think they think that maybe the people committing the crimes are their constituents. And you got to give the constituents, what their constituent services, as they call it. They accuse Trump of politicizing local tragedies. The Trump administration's stance comes despite data indicating a drop in certain violent crime. Oh, so here they're going to talk about a drop in crime, and they're not going to acknowledge the fact that they're juking the stats, that they're fucking around with the numbers is what they're doing. They're taking aggravated assaults and they're, lowering them down. They're taking batteries, lowering them down, making, someone pointing a gun at someone, say it's unfounded because they didn't find the gun, all types of stuff like that. That's what they're doing. And so they're saying crime's down. Crime is not down. It's just that they're not classifying the crimes. They're saying, that this complaint was unfounded, stuff like that. It's all, they're doing it with paperwork. They're writing away the crime. Exactly, Jim. They know they are robbing people blind and they were voted in, so they need protection. They know that people don't like or want them in office. Yeah. According to the Chicago Tribune, the CTA confirmed receipt of the FDA's directive and stated it would respond within the requested timeline. Johnson indicated during a City Hall press briefing that his administration took transit safety seriously. We take it super serial. But he criticized federal attempts to dictate the city's priorities. How dare you tell us that we can't stop people? We got to prevent people from being burned alive on city trains. I mean, this is Mayor Kami Johnson basically going, you can't tell me what to do. I run with gangs. You ain't the boss of me. And don't forget how Chicago also has an issue of violent white people getting tarred before arrest. Oh, yeah. Oh, these violent white people, yeah, they make them black before they arrest them, yes. Just like all the white people that are committing the crimes. Yes, it is. It's all these white people. White people! What people are saying that Mark Marinaro, Federal Transit Authority Administrator, letter to the city officials, according to the Associated Press, is, I will not accept the brutal assault of the innocent 26-year-old as an inevitable cost. Johnson said the feeling and emotion of the experience, the feeling and the emotion and the experience of having crime occur on our public transportation system is certainly detrimental to our city as a whole. And that's so why, whether it's with funding, making sure that there are safety and security measures in place, making sure that our public transportation system is supported with entities that address homelessness as well as mental health, it's a full force of government approach. So he wants more social workers. And we're going to continue to collaborate with the state and economy and all with this. He's going to collaborate with the state and economy and all our partners to ensure that every single rider feels absolutely safe. The only way I would feel safe on a Chicago CTA bus or train is if I had a loaded firearm on me. That's it. I would not feel safe any other way. Just saying. That's how you can make me feel safe. Like have somebody standing at the door handing everybody that walks in, here's a Glock for you, here's a Glock for you, and then everybody would feel safe. Yes. All the mugshots are listed as white. Yeah, I know. They probably listed the guy who set the woman on fire as white. They probably just said that he looks black because the smoke and the soot made him look that way. Prickster said in a statement reported by Crane's Chicago Business that instead of focus on serious coordinated solutions, the Trump administration is politicizing a heinous tragedy and doing nothing that makes our community safer. This motherfucker signed the bill that allows people for murders to be let back out on the street on home monitoring. That said no bond, no cash bail bond, basically. Like, it didn't matter in Chicago what you could get arrested for disorderly conduct. You could get an I bond, but generally speaking, you had to pay $100 or whatever to get out of jail. There was always some money you had to pay. Now it's like, no more bonds. They are aware of the growing fatigue. They list all criminals as white for that reason. Not committing crime never crossed their minds. Life is Indifferent says, I was on that train exactly twice when I lived in Chicago. Both times there was a guy shooting up heroin in a car I was on. That was like 25 years ago. Yeah. I was going to say, it hasn't gotten any better. Hasn't gotten any better. I was going to say, it hasn't gotten any better. It says that Illinois remains focused on real sustained strategies that improve public safety for riders, workers, and families. Why not just say that improve safety for the citizens, all citizens? All right. And this is, we're going to do this. We're going to play because there's a video attached to this one. We're going to play the video and then we're going to jump to the next story. So it's feds threatened to withhold funding after violent incidents on CTA property.
Giving the CTA a strict deadline to improve safety on public transportation. This after a series of violent attacks. This comes after a woman on a Blue Line train was doused with fluid and set on fire. NBC5's Natalie Martinez joining us live at CTA headquarters on West Lake. She spoke to a suburban woman about what recently happened to her on a CTA bus. Natalie.
We did, Allison, and tonight the feds are threatening to cut federal funding if the CTA doesn't update its safety plan by the end of the month, with two deadlines coming up on the 15th and 19th. Meanwhile, that's great news for a lot of people, including a victim that we spoke to who said she'd like to see action by police and others.
Unprovoked, out of nowhere.
Janet Luschke tells us it was September 25th when she was seemingly randomly assaulted by another woman on a CTA bus.
The bus turns into the terminal at Pulaski off of Archer, and I just was out of nowhere, water and a bottle thrown at me on the bus from behind. I immediately asked her, "What is your problem? What did you do that?"
Without an answer, Janet took cell phone video of the woman who proceeded to flip vulgar hand gestures.
There were witnesses on the bus. Nobody came to my aid.
Janet claims the bus driver finally said he had to wait for supervisors in order to intervene. And when Chicago police arrived at least 30 minutes later,
CPD came out and said it was a he said, she said, basically just informed me on Saturday that the video wasn't good.
Luschke is asking to see the video.
Wow. What do you know? Of course, the video wasn't good. And look at it. It's website. Website Kilo 97.2 says, "Hope all your boomers are doing well tonight." We are. We're all doing great. Firepaw 13 going. All right, heading to bed. All right, Firepaw. What's up, Mark? Words. Oh, hi, Jim. Nice to see you, Mark. Great to see you. Hand gestures. She was deaf. No, probably gang signs. Probably gang signs. Especially Archer and Pulaski used to be a very Polish neighborhood. Let's say the Polish Highlanders is right off of Archer and Pulaski. There was a restaurant called, what was the restaurant called right in the corner? Miami Bowling Alley's right there. Curie High School, Marie Curie High School, discoverer of the radium. I think she discovered, and then. And then Mr. Submarine was right there, too. It was a good place to get submarines. But, there was a lot of action there in the 90s and 80s. Anyway, it was mainly all Polish neighborhood for a long time. Not anymore. How come the CEO of Campbell's admittedly they use grab-grown meat in their chicken soup's not bigger news? There should be at least a zombie meat disclaimer. Something. I saw that. I don't know. One stabbed in Charlotte, now one abused in Chicago. What's the problem? Is this not normal? I don't know. Marjorie, what's up? Hey, what's up, Marjorie? Great to see you, Marjorie. Awesome for you being here. But this is like a water bottle thrown at you, throwing gang signs. This is just like a normal occurrence. Yeah, Marie Curie, also Polish. Well, yeah, that's why the school was, she was a Polish ancestry living in France. When she discovered radium, and it ultimately killed her. She died of radiation poisoning. I think her and her husband, if I'm not mistaken, both. But anyway, no one told her not to eat it, I guess. I don't know, eat the radium. But no, I'm just kidding. But anyway, that's why they put Curie High School there. And it's Pulaski is also another, Casimir Pulaski, Polish, general, great war hero.
Video herself in hopes that a judge will issue a warrant for the woman's arrest.
I fear for my safety on CTA. I think it's terrible to tell a victim that and to make me feel that nothing's going to get done just because it was water, just because it wasn't my throat slashed, my face burned.
Like the 26-year-old Blue Line passenger who last month was set on fire by a repeat criminal with dozens of prior arrests. As a result of that attack and increased crime on public transit, tonight the Federal Transit Administration is demanding that CTA address transit worker assaults and public safety concerns. The FTA sent a letter to Governor Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson issuing a special directive to implement a plan to measurably reduce assaults and address unsafe conditions on the bus and rail system.
A young lady be messed up for the rest of her life, the trauma she has to deal with. We want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Tio Hardiman and his violence interrupters Monday night at the Red Line stop in Auburn Gresham, handing out scarves, hats, and pizza slices.
We want to try to help promote safety and peace on the CTA trains.
He cites staggering numbers from the Illinois Policy Institute.
From July 2024 to August of 2025, there have been reported 2,900 incidents on the CTA trains.
Oh, but they said crime was down, remember? Remember that report said, according to the Tribune, that crime was down? Crime's down. He's just saying this guy is actually there on the ground dealing with it on a daily basis. Now, granted, he's part of the violence interrupters, which are known to be like gang members that get paid money to not hurt people. And that generally the money's not that good that they actually don't hurt people and do shootings and shit and get arrested. Like there was pictures a while back, about a month or so ago, one of the violence interrupters that was hanging out with Brandon Johnson was arrested for multiple shootings. So, and Anthony just says, don't forget that the New York City passenger that was also set on fire. Yes. Hey, Derek's here. What's up, Derek's here from Frames and Rhythm. Derek is a very good guy, has a nice channel. He also has a movie that is available called The Warrior on Amazon Prime, if you want to check it out. It's based on his life, I believe, pretty sure it's based on his life and his fight and his overcoming childhood cancer. So maybe check it out. It's a good story. It's a feel-good story, because he, does survive. Pat Hacker says, hi, Marjorie and Rhythm. And then On Top Racing says, Campbell's also has been dumping waste into the river for years. Free my boy, he do nothing. That's right. That dude is a liar. Crime is down. See, he's a liar. Crime is down. Yeah. Give away free stuff. That'll keep the riffraff away. 2,900. Wow. No problem, Derek. You're a buddy. I got you. Crime down when police say it's a he said thing. They don't report it in their stats. That's what I'm talking about. They use paperwork to write the crimes away. Just go, crimes don't exist.
And we did get an update tonight from CTA. It says it is in receipt of a special directive from the FTA. They say they've reviewed the document. They'll respond within the requested timeline by the end of the month. Meanwhile, we checked in with CPD. They had no update for us on Janet's case. We are live at CTA headquarters. Natalie Martinez, NBC 5 News.
All right, more to come on that story. Thank you,
Yeah, more to come on
Natalie.
That. Okay. So that's that story. We already read most of it. So, and then this is from WTTW, which they have video of the guy throwing we're not going to watch the video of the guy throwing the fire on the woman, but WTTW is the public access in Chicago, the PBS station, Channel 11 it was. And, that's where I used to watch all the Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and all that stuff growing up. So, and then on to this story. It's kind of interrelated, but it's a little different. And I hope I didn't make you cry. I just hope you were laughing and crying because I said, "Free my boy, he didn't do nothing." Unreported crimes are never reflected in the stats. Yeah. Well, they report the crime, but then they don't take a report. They say it's unfounded or it's a he said, she said. They don't actually make the report. Also, people don't report because they know nothing will happen. Well, that's what, and everyone is white. Yes, everyone is white. Everyone is white. I'm so glad I can make, I want to make people informed. I also want people to laugh. I don't want people to be black-pilled and upset and bitter and angry. I mean, there's times where you're going to be angry about stuff, but, try to laugh, man. If you can't laugh at what's going on, you're going to be miserable. It'll make you cry if you can't laugh. DHS drops a bombshell on Fat Slob Prickster, and Sanctuary, Illinois, released over 1,700 criminal illegal aliens, including murderers, child rapists, since January. Wow. Too late? None of your business? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We're sorry. Look at this. Oh, look at it. The Department of Homeland Security has put Illinois Governor Fat Slob Prickster on blast, revealing that his sanctuary state policies have allowed more than 1,700 criminal illegal aliens, including murderers, kidnappers, child predators, to be released back onto the streets since Trump took office in January. That's just this year. 1,700 this year. In a scathing letter sent Sunday to the Illinois Attorney General Kwame Rao, ICE Director Todd Lyons demanded the state finally start honoring federal detainers for over 4,000 additional criminal aliens currently in custody. Illinois has ignored every previous request in September. Illinois' failure to honor ICE detainers has resulted in a release of 1,768 criminal illegal aliens since January. The crimes these aliens include 5 homicides, 141 assaults, 23 burglaries, 4 robberies, 24 dangerous drug offenses, 15 weapon offenses, 10 sexual predatory offenses, and 5 breaking and enterings, 4 murderers, 3 rapists, 2 child molesters, and 1 animal abuser. I was trying to think of the word and I lost track of it. So, damn it. You reading the news ain't going to blackmail me. My mom raised me, and living with my sister already blackmailed me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. They didn't abuse any children while in jail. Why would they release them? Why wouldn't they release them? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I want all these people in Gitmo. There are currently 4,015 aliens in custody of an Illinois jurisdiction with an active detainer. And that's the thing, too. Like, I want you all to remember this. Whenever they try to tell you that, oh, immigrants commit less crimes than Native Americans. Well, that's because they fucking lie and they don't report what they are on the sheets. But then when they do an actual study of the people in our jails, like the people that are in prison in the U.S., over 20% of the people in prison in the U.S. are fucking illegal aliens. So that's not immigrants. Those are illegal aliens, 20%. Then you start getting into the people that are other, like that are here legally but committed crimes. The numbers are staggeringly high. Staggeringly high. So it is insane. Yes, that's insane. It is. And those are the numbers they can't, fake. Because when they look, because ICE knows these people and they go, wait, this is the people in jail and this is how many people are illegal aliens. What the hell's going on? But you try to tell us that they don't commit crimes at the same rate as natural people. So that would imply then if 20% of the prison population is illegal aliens, that would imply that they're 20% of the population, right? Because if they're committing crimes with their, at their same rate of the population, they must be 20% of the population. Correct? Right? I don't know. Because then you start adding up the numbers of like the whole, 13% of the country is committing 50% of the murders type of thing, those numbers, when it's really not even 13%. And then a certain demographic of females commit more crimes than a certain demographic of white males, let's say. I still don't get how illegals commit less crime when illegals are the only group with over 100% crime rate. Yeah, that's because it's a lie. They lie. And when they get caught, they just lie some more. They're going to lie, and lie some more. How high? Well, about this high. 99% are repeat offenders. That's right. Wizard, we aren't supposed to know that. There are currently 4,015 aliens in custody in an Illinois jurisdiction with an active detainer. These crimes of these aliens include 51 homicides, 1,134 assaults, 107 burglaries, 36 robberies, 275 dangerous drug offenses, 120 weapons offenses, and 813 sexual predatory offenses. That's a lot of sexual predatory offenses. Yes. Math is racist, remember? Shit. I keep getting caught up. I'm sorry. I won't add it anymore. The agency noted that in September, ICE sent a letter to the Illinois Attorney General Kwame Rao asking for cooperation and his office did not respond. DHS also publicly named several of the worst offenders set free under Illinois policy, including individuals convicted of attempted murder, aggravated criminal sexual assault of a child, and kidnapping with ransom demands. That's another thing, too. Like, none of the shit that's going on where they have to send ICE and CBP to go do these sweeps, to go get these people, it wouldn't be happening if they just held them and turned them over. You wouldn't have to do this. They're forced to do this to get these people, and then they get other people that maybe weren't doing these kind of crimes, that their only crimes were actually illegal entry and using false documents and illegally working and, probably committing some kind of, welfare fraud and getting SMAP illegally and other shit like that, minor stuff, picayune, real picayune stuff. But, the people like the Maryland man, right, then we get solitary in D.C. for years. Yeah. Unless it's one of us that commits a misdemeanor, then it's a crime. Yeah. The offenders are listed as follows. Victor Manuel Mendoza Garcia, a 49-year-old illegal alien from Mexico, was arrested and convicted for 3 counts of aggravated kidnapping and ransom and sentenced to 18 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections in Cook County. ICE detainer was not honored. On November 12th, they arrested him, where he remains in ICE custody. Yeah, so this is one of the people they went to go get, and then they were protesting, trying to ram cars and blocking them, and the mayor and the governor actually said, all right, that these people already paid their debt to society. You can't, you're punishing them twice. That's the arguments the ACLU and people are making, is that you're punishing, CASA and them are saying you're punishing these people twice. They've already paid their debt to society by serving their time in jail. Why are you going to deport them now? Rachel says, I think we all know where the math and spelling is racist came from, just like the fact that black people don't know how to get to a DMV office or to use a computer. The Somalis and jihadists. Well, no, I mean, that's just an excuse. Because there's a lot of do-gooders, especially when it comes to especially, I don't want to offend anybody, but especially women are emotional, their motherly instincts, and they're like, oh, but they don't know any better. They're like little children we have to take care of. They think that they're little babies, they got to help them. Oh, look at their, they only have a 65 IQ, so I got to help them. Yeah. Deportation is not a punishment, it's an administrative action. That's correct. The Supreme Court has ruled that on numerous occasions. So you got Juan Morelos Martinez, an illegal alien from Guatemala, was arrested after a vehicle crash near Westfield, Illinois, where he was a passenger. Early reports of the vehicle crash show 2 fatalities, a county board member and his wife. Police also found an extended magazine and ammunition in the vehicle. What do you know? Yeah, well, that's what AOC and I think Jasmine Crockett, Slavy Crockett said, just because you spend time in prison doesn't make you a criminal, or is that citizen? Doesn't make you a citizen, maybe. Okay. And they lodged a detainer, and then ICE had to arrest him after he was released from Clark County Jail, which Clark County, that's like Southern Illinois. I don't have a 65 IQ, and I'm Latino. Is that the average? That's the average of Somalia. So it's probably the average if you get to the east side of Chicago over by the lake. It's probably 65 IQ too. It's basically like little Somaliland. Based AF. I'm trying. It's hard. Hard these days. He now has been removed from the U.S. Amilcar Walando Gonzalez Jimenez, an illegal alien from Mexico, was arrested and convicted after 1 count of driving under the influence and domestic battery and 2 counts of criminal sexual assault. Could someone just say wood chipper? Wood chipper? Yeah. Generally speaking, Somali's got it. Generally speaking, Joe, if you look at the charts, Mexico is part of North America. It has a pretty, and same thing with Puerto Rico, and their IQs are similar to North America. The rest of North America, or the wall, yeah. Throw them out a window or nail them to the wall, and chop off their balls. Ski, 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 ski. Juan Alberto Caro Marin, a legal alien from Mexico, was arrested and convicted of aggravated criminal sexual abuse victim family and sentenced to 6 years in IDOC, and low watermark. Great to see you, buddy. By the way, long time no see. If you want to pop on, you always have the link. And he was arrested, and he's currently in ICE custody. And then we got Manuel Frega Fuentes. Wait a minute. Nick Fuentes is from Chicago area. He's from Berwyn, Cicero. This guy's Manuel Fuentes. Uh-oh. An illegal alien from Mexico was arrested for domestic battery and violation of a protection order and convicted of sexual assault of a victim less than 13 years old. Oh, ski. ICE detainer was not honored. He's now in ICE custody because he was arrested October 30th. Leonardo Ignat an alien from Mexico, illegally entered at least 4 times. That's a felony. See, now that's the thing too. Like any of these people, there shouldn't be a detainer on them. There should be a criminal warrant for illegal entry. It's a felony. Illegal reentry after deportation, it's a felony, so you get a felony arrest warrant. They have to honor that. If they don't honor a federal felony arrest warrant, then you can start getting real goofy with them, like, oh, we're going to take your money. Like, you don't get money. You don't honor federal arrest warrants, you might actually be able to charge them with crimes. I don't know. I would. That's just me. Isn't that like retard level? Sorry, I'm working some AI stuff. Hex is approved for use of AI today. I have to put something together for the boss at work. I'll pay better attention, I promise. I think that is basically. Can someone explain why Hispanics always have like 6 parts to their names? They say it's to honor, like it's their mother's maiden name, and then their father's mother's maiden name, and then their grandpa's uncle's maiden cousin's name or something. I don't know. To honor their heritage or something. But I personally think it's so that they can, sometimes they use it, sometimes they don't, and then things won't pop up on background checks, and you could get like 4 different driver's licenses because, no, that wasn't me, man. That was Hernandez Bancheros, and I'm Hernandez Bancheros Prateros, So he's got a lengthy criminal history dating back to 2010. So they lodged a detainer and they didn't honor it. But that's, I'm assuming to identify with cartel they come from. It's possible. And then Jaime Mendujano Nunez, an alien from Mexico, was sentenced to 17 years for predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. They had to go find him. They had to apprehend him. They apprehended him November 15th. This guy from, anyway, I'm not going to, we get the point, right? We get the point, a lot. It just keeps going and going and going. And Prickster and his fellow Illinois politicians are releasing murderers, pedophiles, kidnappers back into our neighborhoods and putting Americans' lives at risk, says Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. We are calling on Prickster and his administration to stop this dangerous derangement and commit to honoring ICE arrest detainers of the more than 4,000 criminal illegal aliens currently in Illinois custody. It's common sense. Criminal aliens should not be released back onto the streets to terrorize more innocent Americans. Illinois officials have yet to respond to the latest DHS letter. And I saw a story, too, that they just arrested. I don't know. Where is it? Let me look if I have it real quick. I might have it in the stack. I had so many stories tonight that I don't even remember. Had a whole bunch of stuff about the Obamacare fraud to get through. Fraud findings, insane. GAO covered all this fraud. Minnesota fraud, Somali fraud. I got a whole bunch of stuff. Stuff about Eric Kirk. Omar fraud. Oh, here we go. This is the one. All right. And you know what? I'm going to do this. We're going to do this. Where are we at here? All right. We're going to do this real quick. We're going to go through some of these real quick because I don't know if we're going to hit the goal or not tonight, and I want to get through some of this stuff. So I want to make sure I get to some of this good stuff that I had prepared for later. I'll never figure out why the left protects criminals. I know it's their voting base, but still, it's not to honor. It's just we carry fathers and mothers' paternal last names. It's a Spaniard thing from Europe to identify lineage. Mexicans, some carry grandparents' names too. It's a mess. I got aggravated having my middle initial saying 6 names would irritate the shit out of me. Yeah. So breaking, 2 New Jersey leftists were just arrested for threatening to hang DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. They wanted to torture and kill her and shoot ICE agents on site. This is the left. It has to stop. Emilio Roman Flores is charged with unlawful possession of an assault weapon, possession of prohibited weapons, conspiracy, terroristic threats, criminal coercion, threats, and cyber harassment. Ricardo Antonio Roman Flores is charged with conspiracy to terroristic threats. Stay safe, Ohio.
Two New Jersey brothers under arrest and charged with threatening to hang DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. Ricardo Antonio and Emiliano Roman Flores allegedly posted on X that they wanted to torture and kill her. Other social media posts alleged from the brothers' account reportedly referred to shooting ICE agents on site. John.
Well, they are behind bars, thankfully.
They are behind bars, thankfully. Let's see. I don't think there's anything. Threats or violence are never acceptable, and they must be held accountable. We hear about this crap every other week. Democrats refuse to tone down their rhetoric. All right. What was this one here? No, we got this one here. Somalians in Ohio have just been exposed for running an EBT fraud ring by owning restaurants with attached grocery stores, using welfare benefits to buy ingredients in bulk and funneling them straight into their cash-paying eateries while reporting losses for tax write-offs. Oh, what do you know?
Oh yeah, the Somalians have it figured out in Columbus. I went to the Walmart on Georgesville to see if I could see people filling their carts or just kind of see what I could see. It's not the way they do it. They've got it figured out way better than that. Every single Somali restaurant has a grocery store right next door or within eyeshot of the restaurant. The specific one I went into today had it attached to the restaurant. And wow, what an adventure that was. Stay tuned for more on that. Anyways, the grocery store and the restaurant were the same building. So they don't have to go to a Walmart or a Sam's Club or a Costco necessarily. They can just order everything they need to their grocery store that's right next to or attached to the restaurant that they also own, and never have to fill a single cart. And I guarantee you, if you looked at the records of those grocery stores, they lose tons of money every year, and it's probably used as a tax write-off because those groceries are being funneled into those restaurants, with a daycare center on the opposite side. And that's the common trend you'll see. There's restaurants, grocery stores, and daycare centers, and also home health care businesses. I can't forget the home health care businesses. Nakia was absolutely right. And the reason for the daycare centers I found out while I was at Walmart. 3/4 of the workers I saw working in Walmart, especially the cashiers, were Somali women. You got to figure if you have 2 or 3 wives that you don't have to claim, these women can go work at Walmart full time for $15 an hour and still qualify for food stamps as long as they have a couple kids, which you can guarantee you they at least have 2 kids. Hell, they average 7. Or same story as working as a home health care aide. They have most definitely figured out the system and how to take advantage of it. And Columbus doesn't break down its numbers like Minnesota, but if anything like the 88% of the Somali community is on social services in Columbus, I can only imagine how deep the fraud is. So I'm changing tactics and going back up Monday, and I have a couple ideas to see if I can't sniff a few things out. Thanks for tuning in. Keep it icy. Oh, yeah.
Yep. The Somali food stamp scams are going to make their billion-dollar autism scam look small. Somalis are helping America thrive. 42.8% of Somalis are on food stamps. Oh, here we go. Maine DMV reportedly caught giving info on how an illegal alien from Somalia could get a driver's license despite killing someone in a car crash in his home country. Maine is allowing dangerous illegals to drive on our roads.
Okay, so as long as he brought his birth certificate from Africa, he'll be okay to get his driver's license?
So that is one form of IAD that we can accept for the exam process to get him started. The other one needs to bear a signature.
So would you take like a country ID? Because they do kind of similar to
Yeah,
state.
you know if that's been signed, if
has,
there's
yeah.
an immature.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, so I looked at it. So as long as he has his birth certificate from his home country in Africa and a driver's license that has his signature from his country, that should be okay?
So we would be able to use that out-of-country ID for the signature piece as long as that birth certificate has been translated. Do you know if it has?
Yes, yeah, he does have his, yeah.
It is translated. Okay,
Yeah.
then yep,
Awesome.
we could. Yep.
Okay, so his name's Mohammed. I guess now the next step would be this. He doesn't speak any English. Is the test done in Somalian?
So for the Class C language, we do translate in Somalia. On that form, that application that I was talking about earlier, there's a box on there that says oral. He would just need to check that.
And how many can you get wrong?
So it is a 30-question multiple choice questions. Once he hits 6, the test will automatically shut off.
Okay, so he can only get 5 wrong out of the 30 to be safe.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
No, this is good. That's actually pretty easy. So he has to get 25 right out of the 30. He did have an issue in Somalia with his driving. Is that going to impact it, or do you guys just not connect with it?
We don't have reciprocity from one country to another, so we don't pull a driving record or anything along those lines.
So so if it did lead to an accidental death, when he was driving, he was actually going over a crosswalk and hit a jogger. That's not going to impact the driver's license.
Now, I wonder if they refer to the same like joggers the way they do here, like that one jogger with the work boots. Just wondering.
It's here, right?
We wouldn't be able to access those records. So again, we don't have reciprocity from one country to another.
It's not reciprocity. It's reciprocity. Reciprocity.
So we wouldn't be able to pull those records.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm gonna go actually go down and meet him and get some translators. Thank you.
Wow.
You're very welcome. Would you like the information for the elections department
Yeah.
under the Secretary of State?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're going to register him to vote too? An alien guy that doesn't speak English from Somalia, she's going to register him to vote? That's kind of weird, isn't it? That's strange. Why would they register a guy that they know is not is not a citizen? It doesn't speak any English and just came in from Somalia. Wow.
Their phone number is 207 624 7650.
Okay. I appreciate the help. This was actually a lot easier than I thought. I was expecting it to be a lot more hurdles, so this makes it a little bit easier. I'll go let Mohammed know.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll go let Mohammed know. His name is Mohammed. Mohammed. Let's see. Let me look at the chat here real quick. She's Cannibal Whiskers, Minnesota and in Massachusetts. Yes, I bet it's the same in mini Somalia. And it says all seems that way. The employees at MSP, that's Minneapolis St. Paul Airport, are all Somalis. If they aren't legal, how can they legally get a license? Well, all these states actually make it easy because according to the states, they say, hey, we got to give them licenses because if they don't have licenses, then they're just going to drive illegally. And then there won't be any, we won't know who they are and they'll just not have licenses and stuff. But none of them have insurance. And so that's why your insurance rates, if you've noticed, have like doubled in the last, like, say, 5 years. Insurance rates, car insurance has doubled for most places. And Joe says, how about Wookiee? Can I take the test in Wookiee? The people we are paying to prevent them from getting a license assist them. Yeah. Yet, when we go, they throw up every roadblock they can. Yeah. We should call our local DMV and see if this applies. Yeah. So this is an intentional invasion and displacement theory is proven. Yes. Joe says, reciprocity, dumbass. Yeah. A frequently asked question, I presumed. Yeah, probably. Jim, stop it. Illegals don't vote. How could you think that way? Yes, let's get this anonymous alien to the voting machines. Quick, Batman, to the voting machines. Oh, wait, no. Wait. All right. See, was there another one? Here we go. This is a good one. Elon Musk. A 15-year-old girl was raped by 2 Afghan asylum seekers in Warwickshire. This is not the U.S., but I mean, what's going on in the UK is very prescient for what's coming here. The lawyer blamed the attack on cultural differences and said his client was not used to a society where women are free and deemed equal to men. The defense is actually the reason they shouldn't be here in the first place, as I've said for years. So let's hear Nigel Farage.
And I'm sorry, but if you as a country allow young men who come from countries in which women aren't even classed as second-class citizens, and you put them up in 4-star hotels, allow them to work illegally.
Well, let's go back for a second because I want to read that, what that actually said there. It says, there are cultural differences. This is the Times. He is not used to a society where women are free and deemed equal. He's not used to a society where alcohol is freely available. He is morally at sea. There are massive cultural barriers that have become a massive moral barriers. He suggested that the rapist should still be able to make a life for himself in the country when he's released. Wow.
Hotels, allow them to work illegally. Their attitude towards women is completely different to ours. So the social effects of this are appalling as well.
Appalling. Appalling. It's appalling. I think that one. Hold on. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I'm bouncing around a little bit, but I want to get through these because these are ones that I don't think we're going to hit the goal. So I wanted to make sure we get these in. I have a bunch of other stuff. So we got this, and then so the city. Nick Sorter. I don't know if you guys pay attention to Nick Sorter, the stuff that was going on with him. My legal team was just notified that the city of Portland that we are filing a $10 million federal civil rights lawsuit for the repeated targeting of conservatives, resulting in my unconstitutional arrest. The city wants to cover up their Antifa ties. We will not let them. Discovery is going to be beautiful. So he's on the Ingram angle talking.
Portland as well. Out there, when I was arrested, because I was a conservative, out there trying to cover the ICE riots that the legacy media didn't want to. I mean, these liberal, these big leftist police departments routinely side with the woke, radical, violent left. And, you know, we were able to find out over those past weeks, since I was arrested in Portland, just today, actually, we served them with a $10 million federal civil rights lawsuit. Because this is a pattern and practice of these far left cities ordering their police department to go after people like me and in Portland's case, leave the leftist protesters alone, give them more runway and latitude. There was literally, we found a case, Laura, where they decided that they weren't going to answer calls for help from these Trump supporters that were in downtown Portland, and that guy ended up being assassinated by an Antifa thug. All because the Portland police wouldn't respond to them.
Well, I think you're lucky. First of all, you're lucky you're not in Europe, because the EU would have already. You would have been in jail and never come out. As far as I can tell, we're going to get to that story tomorrow. But Nick, what I see here, when I see routinely, is that as we move toward the midterms, there's going to be an attempt to revise history. And this is going to be written off as, oh, you guys are provoking them. It was just the Biden people that got this wrong. Now we need to move on to amnesty. That's what I laid out in the angle. I think you're beginning to see that with that New York Times piece over the weekend. Those Biden's team, they tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. And so now it's, then it's the journalist's fault. So this is the narrative they think is going to work. I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think it's going to work
No,
either.
the American people, they don't buy it. All they have to do is watch the video. I put the raw clips out there, right? And there is another video. You can see this mob that knew I had no backup. They still come in and they swarm me.
Wow, they swarmed them. That's great. And I saw something. I said, oh, my God, oh, my Lord. Calm down, Jim. Take your time. Miss Collins, Renee, thank you so much. Thank you so much. $64.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much. With that $64, we hit the first goal for the first extra hour of the show. I want everyone to thank Renee Collins for, wow, $64. That ain't cheap. And with that, we are now $100 away from a second additional hour of the show. So as of right now, we got at least another hour and a half to go, folks. At least another hour and a half. We are now $100 away from our second additional hour. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Ruin your best PC, no more. Wow, Renee, thank you. Thank you, Renee. Off grid soon. Wow, Renee, thank you so much. Let the tech world die. Awesome, thank you. Needs I don't know what the fuck that is. It's just me or her lips fucked up. I think they're a little messed up. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you so much. Wow, nice. Thanks. Off the top racing says on the top racing. I don't say it off the top. What am I doing there? Your mouse is ruined. My mouse has been gimped. Thanks, Renee. Whoa, big dog donation. That's right. Well, you can get, I mean, Snarf, you can get like a mouse for like $20 now. It's awesome, Renee. Thank you. Jay Will says, thanks, Renee. It's awesome. Awesome. You can get a mouse cheap, Snarf. I mean, Corsair makes a bunch of cheap mouses and Logitech ones. I mean, like $10. Tuckweed says, awesome, Renee. Thank you. No, you can't get it. Okay, sorry.
Scenes things that you did not see.
Right. We got this now. Breaking. This is the Charlotte Mecklenburg, North Carolina sheriff. All right. You remember this is where the woman was stabbed and then another one was stabbed. I think it was there was two people, this Blue Line train there. It was Irina Narutska was murdered by that crazy guy. And then an illegal alien just stabbed somebody else there, if I'm not mistaken. And then he says the real people you should feel sorry for after the Irina Narutska murder and Charlie Kirk's murder are actually the magistrates who let DeCarlos Brown go free. That's right. The judges, it's the judges who let the people go free. They're the real victims. She says, I just want to hear Jim more. Well, thank you. Snarf is just having a bad night typing, Jim. Okay. Getting off the squirrel wheel. Okay. Says, our magistrates were attacked violently, verbally. They conflate words with violence, but yet when actual violence happens, their only response is words. It's very upside down, backwards world, buddy. You know, and on social media, they lived in fear for many days. They were concerned after the shooting of Charlie Kirk because what if they shoot me because of this? What the hell? So they're going to be more cautious and reluctant to allow people to be released. So it will increase our capacity here at the detention center. Oh no, they're not going to let violent people out. So now they'll be reluctant to release people, not because the public is unsafe, but because officials are scared of being blamed for it on social media. Wow, yeah. Life's Indifference says, "Damn, thanks, Renee." Everybody knows. So here, we're going to hear him. He's going to speak.
Behind the scenes thing that you did not see is that our magistrates were attacked violently, verbally, when I say violently, on social media, and they lived in fear for many days. And we took
words are not violence. Violence is violence. This is a problem, is these people conflate words with violence, but then actual violence, they think like it's like do Twilight Zone, crazy. This is the third one in Charlotte now. They're talking about opening cats back up.
Additional measures to protect them because of the violent nature of social media and parts of other media, and also just the violence that they receive just personally. And so they live in fear now. And I have to say that because for an entire day, we had to talk to the magistrates on how to live safely, how to travel safely. And in the middle of all of that, they were concerned after the shooting of Charlie Kirk, because they said to me, well, what if they shoot me because of this? And so they're going to be more cautious and reluctant to allow people to be released. And we know that the law has now provided other guidelines for certain people not to be released. So it will increase our capacity here at the detention center. Behind the scenes thing that you did not see is that our magistrates were...
Wow. So the magistrates are the real victims. And then website Kilo says, honest question for you Americans, why don't you carry guns on the subways? Aren't you allowed to? The problem is a lot of these jurisdictions like New York City, Chicago, LA, they make it illegal to carry on public transportation. They say it's, they have these zones, which is completely unconstitutional. And it's going to get overturned. As, the cases are trickling their way up because they try to say things are gun-free zones, or, like New York tried to classify the entire city as a gun-free zone. Or like a typical place where they would have certain sensitive places, areas, what they call sensitive places. But the sensitive places that existed prior, in all history was inside courthouses during court, because there's security. So anywhere that they have like security with like metal detectors for people to come in and they have armed security, they could say you don't get to carry guns in there because there's protection provided. But unless they're going to put an armed police officer on every bus and on every train and on every car, then they can't do this and forbid you. So, I mean, I'm not recommending anybody break the law, but sometimes it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Sunshine says, Snarf, can you speak in full sentences? There aren't so many entries. It's very distracting. Thank you. Oh, gotcha. Thanks. Yeah.
Attacked violently.
No, violently on social media. They were attacked violently. Social media violence. And we got this one. Look at this. Look at this, Frankie. So Wall Street Ape says, a man comes across a semi-truck trying to make a U-turn where it shouldn't be. He's stuck. I tried to talk some sense into these guys, and there was 2 of them. Neither could speak English. The truck driver didn't know how the truck works. There's a switch on the dash that if you switch it, it activates both drive axles, as opposed to those guys that didn't know that, and they were only spinning the rear. Look at another illegal U-turn in a semi. Seems like an epidemic here, huh?
Came up on this guy making a U-turn on the 78, and he's gonna bury it right now. I need to tell him, not a good idea. No, he's gonna get stuck as fuck. Hold on. So, straighten your wheel. Turn it that way. Turn it that way. No, he's fucked. He's fucked. So this is where a truck driver that was caught in traffic came up. And I'm not a truck driver, but I do know that there's a switch on the dash that if you switch it, it activates both drive axles, as opposed to those guys that didn't know that and they were only spinning the rear. Okay, we're back down the road. They're not stuck anymore. But you know what? So I tried to talk some sense into those guys, and there was 2 of them. They were running doubles. Neither one of them spoke English, and I'm not being that guy, but they had no idea what was going on. Big mess. Thank you to a local who stopped and...
Oh, damn, that's terrible. Snarf's gonna leave. Don't, Snarf. All we're saying is, please, Snarf, don't leave. Just less emphasis. Just saying, you don't have to post one-word things constantly in a chat. It kind of makes other people, that's all. No one's telling you to leave. Just less entries. That's all. And, you're sorry if you ran him off. No, you know what? He shouldn't run off. He shouldn't. I can't stop replaying in my mind the friendly singing crowd on the bus and meet me in St. Louis. Right? So keeping criminals locked up is a bad thing. How? I don't know. Here, there's a test you must take behind the wheel. Why aren't the tests like that in other places? They're supposed to be, but they cheat. Go ahead, be that guy. Yeah, they should be the guy, right? They should be the guy. Be the guy. Be the ball. Go to your home, ball. Be the guy. Be the ball. Be the one. Oh, here's a good thing. Ready? Ready? You guys ready for this? This is the real Robert, another good follow there on X. So it says, well, here it is. Illegal aliens contributing to the U.S. economy? This amigo has been illegally working here in the U.S. and has sent back 2 million pesos. 2 million pesos. The equivalent of 110,000 U.S. dollars. Yeah. Corn pop by any other name is just as irritating. I guess that's why musicals have died. Hey, Jacob Castro, awesome to see you here. What's up? How you doing, buddy? Sup, sandwiches? Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Please hit like and subscribe, man. Everybody who's here, please remember, hit the like and subscribe button. Hit the like button, please, and then hit like and subscribe to the channel. It really it helps. It really does. If you leave a comment, it helps. If you like the channel, hit the like button on the video. It lets YouTube know that people like it. Maybe share it to some other people. We get more people here. The more donations come in, the longer the shows get. That's more gym for everybody. There's more gym to go around. There's plenty of gym here to go around for everybody. Do they send a replacement to take the driving test? Is that how they get by with it? Actually, there's been a lot of people getting arrested. They get caught basically the people giving the tests away get paid off, and they just grade them and say, you pass. 60 billion per month gets sent out of the U.S. and out of the U.S. economy every single month in remittances from people in the U.S. to their home countries. It needs to stop. Mama Pillow's here. What's up? Hi, all. Mama Pillow, great to see you, man. Nothing better than a cat in shades. Michelle says that it does piss me off that illegals can get driver's license in Utah because they can take a test in their native languages. This was passed in 2022. I don't know what's up with Utah, and it seems a lot like maybe some of the Republicans in Utah are just Democrats and just bad. Why is that guy bothering the white guy that brings us so much diversity and strength? I don't know, man. Sometimes says, I'm not a big fan of our current world. It makes me so sad that this is where my grandchildren have to live. Makes me sad too. We call that a transfer of wealth. Yes, that's what we call it. So he sent $110,000 back to Mexico to build his family their American dream, a house in Mexico is their American dream. Is that how it's supposed to work? Now take out your calculators and calculate millions upon millions of illegals imported by the demon rats doing exactly that, plus the cost of their free health care, Social Security, schooling, housing, SNAP, welfare, Medicaid. Yeah, add it all up, yeah. And once you calculate, the numbers should add up to sedition. If they don't, replace your calculator at once.
A sus familiares. Vean nada más, amigos, lo que me acabo de encontrar. Le estuve mandando durante 3 años a mi mamá para construir mi patrimonio aquí. Le estuve mandando mes con mes. Cuando podía hasta por semana le mandaba. Le mandé más de 2 millones de pesos, amigos. Más de 2 millones de pesos a mi madre. Y miren nada más lo que hizo. Gastárselo. Lo único que hizo fue comprarme el terreno. Yo me regresé a México esperando ver ya mi patrimonio hecho. Y vean, todo mi esfuerzo le valió. No le importó. Absolutamente nada hizo. Nada más el terreno. Ni siquiera metió nada de material. Ahorita acabo de pagar aquí para que me limpiaran porque estaba todo el matorral. ¿Ustedes creen que es justo? Paisanos, si se van a trabajar al otro lado, no le manden dinero a su familia. No le manden dinero a nadie. Si le van a mandar dinero, que sea de verdad de confianza. Yo confiaba en mi mamá y así me pagó. Vean nada más. Se lo gastó todo. Ahorita no quiere ni siquiera contestarme las llamadas, no me contesta los mensajes. Fui a su casa y me corrió.
So he's complaining.
No me quieren
so
ver.
he's complaining that he sent all this money back to his mom, and she bought the land and then stole the rest of the money and didn't build the house that he paid for. So they even robbed their own families. Holy fuck!
Porque entre todos se lo gastaron. Tengo 3 hermanos y los 3 se gastaron.
His 3 brothers robbed him.
No le manden dinero a sus familiares, de verdad se los digo de corazón, porque vean nada más, así les van a pagar.
Wow. Joe says, that's because your mom is a typical Mexican mom. Sorry, not surprised at all. Hondurans are worst. Well, karma got him, it sounds like. Ha ha. Now he has the idea of how taxpayers feel. That's right. Now he has the idea of how taxpayers feel. It's crazy. It is, right? It's nuts. I don't know why my nose is itching so bad today. It's crazy. Crazy. Let's see here. We've been going almost over 2 hours. We only got 78 likes and 128 people watching. Come on, people, hit the like button. Let's go. Hit the like, please. It really helps. It does. It does. We need to be over 100 likes. We really do. What with that belly, betting he's not a roofer. Maybe he should have saved the money and took it with him when he gets deported. Well, he's back in Mexico right now. He's in Mexico. He might have been deported. And he went back there and found out that all the money he sent down, all the money he sent down, they spent it on, who knows, carne asada. arachata, whatever. Arachata. Arachata is the steak that they put through the meat and they punch it, and then you cook it with lime and beer, marinate with lime and beer, and cook it on a charcoal grill. It's excellent tasting. Horchata is the rice water drink that you get. Enough with the fake news sob stories over the illegal Somalis in Minnesota. I would describe Abdi as the friendliest guy that I know. 20 seconds later, he was convicted of stealing a vehicle, shoplifting, and other offenses. Time to go. He didn't say he was deported. He said he returned, apparently on his own. Let's see here. Somali refugee detained. Oh.
This week, the Department of Homeland Security's Operation Metro Surge hits the Twin Cities. The agency announcing ICE arrested 12 of the worst. Among them, this man, 46-year-old Abdul Qadir Sharif Abdi, who DHS describes as a current gang member.
How would you describe him?
I would describe Abdi as the friendliest guy that I know. He was very welcoming to me.
Oh, so in other words, what this lady is saying without saying is he was laying the pipe. And she was taking that deep African black snake.
Corey says she met Abdi at an addiction recovery meeting in 2016. Once they started that journey, they turned to working towards helping others.
Oh, they started a journey, all right. A big journey.
Achieve sobriety.
I wanted to change, and Abdi showed me proof that that was possible.
Court documents show Abdi came to the United States from Somalia as a refugee in 1996. He faced deportation multiple times, convicted of stealing a vehicle, shoplifting, and other offenses between 1999 and 2006. Each time he was ultimately released, given deportation to Somalia was not reasonably foreseeable at the time. This week, the Department of Homeland Security's Operation Metro Surge hits the Twin Cities.
Ah, yes. 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 Hello, sunshine. I don't even like hearing Spanish anymore. I used to like it. I tried to learn it back in the day. Be the ball, Danny. Be the ball. He like him big. Yeah, he likes more cushion for the pushing, they say. Learning another language is never a waste of time, but I know how you feel. I was in the grocery store on EBT day, and there was no English spoken. Felt weird. Have you ever taken the Avoid Kampf test yourself? White liberal women always. Yes. Oh, that explains it. Yes. We smoked crack together. We got clean together. Yes. Yeah. Him and all his boys ran through me together. Quite a few jackknife accidents. Wonder if it has increased. Maybe. Yeah. Yep. Upstanding all the way. Mama, isn't it kind of discouraging? The elites swore to turn America brown, and they're succeeding. Voight Kampf test. That's what I said. Abdi was a plumber, if you know what I'm saying. She misses her plumber. Yeah. He used to clean his pipes, her pipes. He used to snake her pipes. Oh, there's this story too. Exclusive. Ilhan Omar did marry her brother and said she would do what she had to do to get him papers to keep him in the U.S., reveals Somali community leader. This is in the stack, but it's back in the stack. But we'll read it anyway. It's back in the stack, but I want to make sure I get to it because it is what it is. Ilhan Omar did marry her brother and said she would do what she had to do to get him papers to keep him in the U.S., Somali community later reveals. It ain't over yet. I'm loving it. ICE. I'm loving ICE. Crowder shared the marriage certificate. Yeah. It used to be the milkman. Yeah. As long as they make white, that's all she cares about. She told friends years ago that the man who went on to become her second husband was in fact her brother. Abdi Kakamama Osman is the first person to go on the record to speak about how Omar said she wanted to get her brother papers so he could stay in the U.S. Yep. She should be gone. What happened to Barnes tonight? I don't know what happened. Something happened with Barnes. I have a feeling it's going to take a while, but I think it will speed up after a lot of the fraud is revealed. How do you stay afuera in Somalian? Qued agreed. She needs to get papers for her brother to go to school. We all thought she just wanted papers to allow him to stay in the country. Omar was married to her second husband, Elmi, in 2009 by a Christian minister. Jim said, caca. Poop, poop. He told the shit, poop. Don't tell me my business, devil woman. She was first married to Ahmed Hersi in 2002 in a Muslim ceremony before they split in 2008, but she later had another child with Hersi while legally wed to Elmi. When Hersi and Ilan got married, a lot of people were invited, and it was a big Islamic wedding, uniting two large clans in the community. When she married Elmi, no one even knew about it. No one knew there had been a wedding until the media turned up the certificate years later. The question is, was she married to, was it marriage fraud also? Did she commit polygamy also? Did she, their arrogant nature should be on display for all to see. They look at us like we're suckers. They do. The squad congresswoman, Ilhan Omar, told friends that the man who went on to be her second husband was in fact her brother. And now for the first time, those friends are coming forward to reveal exactly how Ahmed Elmi and Omar scandalized the Somali community in Minneapolis. Abdulkaman Yasman is the first person to go on the record and speak about it, but hardly anyone realized what that meant marrying him. No one knew there had been a wedding until the media turned up the marriage certificate. Osman's revelations are sure to renew calls for an investigation into the Minnesota freshman representative who's repeatedly refused to answer questions on her marriage to Elmi. She originally said the idea that the spouses were also siblings was baseless, absurd rumors, accusing journalists of Islamophobia, but has since stayed silent and stayed quiet on the matter. Omar went from a 5-figure bank account that now has a net worth of $6 million a few years she's been in office. Actually, it's over $30 million. She has over $30 million. And it turns out the guy's also a little light in the loafers, is the story I've been reading, and that's why they had to do this marriage thing to protect them. So her spokesman told the Daily Mail that does not comment on her family or personal life. Any news on her being prosecuted? No. Omar and her family settled in Minnesota in 1997 after fleeing war-torn Somalia, which her family was part of causing it to be war-torn. They don't look at us like if we're suckers. We are suckers. Name another country with immigration law that we have. Even England has some controls. Oh, I'm sorry. Was the house worth the 6? Maybe. Yeah, she's got... so they came here in 1997. 2002, she marries Ahmad Abasalan Hersi in a religious ceremony, but it's not recognized legally. The pair go on to have 2 children. Omar marries Ahmed Elbi in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. He enrolls at North Dakota State University to study fine arts and lives with Omar. Omar claims that she and Elmi split this year and he went back to the UK. Omar and Hersi have their 3rd child. Elmi is still in the U.S. according to college officials and social media. Elmi starts working in London. Omar divorces Elmi. Omar marries Hersi in a civil ceremony. The marriage is brought up during Omar's campaign for Congress. She denies it, and it's largely ignored because of lack of proof around it. It's all by design, no control on immigration, all by design. In 2019, President Trump thrust the rumor back into the spotlight. And in 2019, Daily Mail reveals Omar and Hersi have separated, but she's moved into a penthouse apartment in the sky. She's moving on up to the east side. Oh, I used to have the Jeffersons on here. I don't have them anymore. Damn it. I have this one. I don't have the Jeffersons anymore, though. I took them off. Well, oh well. I used to have them on there. Okay. They have separated, and she's moved to a penthouse apartment. Also reveals Omar's secret relationship with her married aide, Tim Minette. Minette's wife files for divorce in 2019, claiming her husband has professed his love for Omar. Yeah, I know, that's the wrong show. I thought I had the Jeffersons. You big dummy. Oh, Evelyn, I'm coming, Wheezy. Well, Wheezy is the Jeffersons. I think it was Evelyn or something like that, right? Esther. I don't know. Minette is granted divorce from wife Beth in 2019. Osman, at the time Hersey was better known as Omar among Somalis. He was a footballer. He promoted a lot of Somali shows. He was very popular. The scandal is about Hersey's brother-in-law more than Elan's brother. It's a long rumor that Omar and Elmi are brother and sister. Because of lack of paperwork in Somalia, they were both born. Positive proof of the relationship has never been uncovered. It was Elizabeth. That's what I thought. Elizabeth, I'm coming, Elizabeth. I'm coming, Elizabeth. Yeah. When Hersey and Elan got married, a lot of people were invited. It was a big Islamic wedding with 2 large clans. Esther was his sister, who used to call him a bug-eyed weasel. Okay, yeah, that's right. Sister-in-law. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. The leftist congresswoman spent months denying she had split from her husband, Ahmed Hersey, despite the website revealing she had left the marital home after having an affair with the campaign aide. As soon as Ilhan Omar married him, he started university at her alma mater. Shortly thereafter, he moved to Minneapolis, where he was living in a public housing complex and was later evicted and returned to the United Kingdom. Any findings were shared with ICE and U.S. Department of Education, the paper reported. Anyone found guilty of committing marriage fraud faces up to 5 years in jail and a $250,000 fine. Like, it should be easy to prove. Assuming we are suckers insinuates we believe the scam to begin with. No, I mean, amazing disgrace. You're not a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Most of the people in this chat aren't suckers. I mean, we're suckers for not forcefully removing the politicians from office that are doing this to us. But, we're trying to play by the rules right now. Sanford taken from Brit show Steptoe and Son. Oh. Actor who played Astor was one of the funniest comedians back in the day. Yeah, okay, yeah. The marriage was conducted by a Christian minister. When they approached her last year, she would not discuss the ceremony or why the Muslim couple would have asked her to marry them. Because the Christian minister is probably in on a scam. She was probably one of these people that are out there protesting, the deportations and doing all this stuff, and probably got paid big money to do it. Big money. Big smile. Big smile. Big smile. So there's that story. So her ex-husband has officially remarried. Oh, let's see.
An exclusive that you're only going to see here. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's ex-husband has remarried just 37 days after his divorce from the Minnesota representative was finalized. Ahmed Hersey, the father of Ilhan's 3 children, has tied the knot with pediatric nurse Laden Ahmed. And get this, Laden even worked on Ilhan's campaign. Kayla Brantley joins us now from our New York newsroom. Kayla, what else can you tell us about this whirlwind marriage?
Well, Jesse, Ahmed Hersey and Laden Ahmed were joined in a faith-based union in a Somali apartment. But get this, neither of them were present at the ceremony. Under Islamic law, neither Ahmed nor Laden needed to attend the union to legitimize it, though the marriage technically would not be recognized in the United States. News of Ahmed's wedding comes just 2 weeks after Tim Mynette's divorce was finalized. Tim, of course, is Ilhan's alleged lover, who had trouble hiding his glee after he left the courthouse as a single man.
Wow, we are never short on drama in D.C.
No, never short on drama in D.C. Wow. Mm-hmm. We are suckers for believing the system works the way it was meant to work. Yes. I agree. And Anthony says that the rules include forcible removal of government. For more info, see the Declaration of Independence. Grip is here. What's up, Gripper? Didn't see you. We're trying to hide. Grip. How do they keep it all in the family, don't they? Fucking, they're meatheads, that's why. Anyway, so let's keep going here. Why are these? Wow. So let's do this. We'll come back here. Got this one. And the question is, why hasn't every single Republican governor done this serious question? What, you might ask, is effective immediately. Ron DeSantis says Florida is designating the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE, as foreign terrorist organizations. Thank you, Jesus. Florida agencies are hereby directed to undertake all lawful measures to prevent unlawful activities by these organizations, including denying privileges or resources to anyone providing material support. Muslim Brotherhood and CARE, signed by Ron DeSantis, making them terrorist organizations. We need action. Rare Foundation USA has uncovered one of the most organized, documented Muslim Brotherhood family networks operating anywhere in the United States, and it's being built in Florida on taxpayer vouchers. Can you just confirm if you're going to launch an investigation? Does this mean you can get rid of the Muslim Heritage Month? This is crazy. Amazing how much utter nonsense Erica has to deal with. Thanks again, Candace. Great work. Because, the Treasury Department tells Erica Kirk that Turning Point USA is not under investigation. Because that's what Candace Owens tried to claim. Saying that... Treasury Department tells Erica Kirk that she's not under investigation, despite the media rumors. They sent a letter last week to conservative influencer Erica Kirk with findings that contradict fraud allegations about the finances at Turning Point USA. DeSantis staying focused. Texas did it first. We should put her on the stand and ask her if she consummated her marriage. Ooh, that would be a good question, wouldn't it? Although, if she says yes, that's gross. When did anyone of moderate intelligence believe the system worked for their benefit? Today, she claimed U.S. military was involved in the assassination. Yeah, I saw that. Either she invalidates her brother's citizenship or admits to incest under perjury. Well, I think she might invalidate her own citizenship, to tell you the truth, because from what I understand, her father lied to get them into the country. Questions were being raised on social media by Candace Owens that donors were to demand refunds. That led to a few of its small dollar donors to ask for their money back. One of the sources said Erica runs a nationwide conservative college student organization co-founded by her late husband, Charlie Kirk. Last week, Blake Neff, a producer on the Charlie Kirk Show, claimed that disputed claims of financial impropriety and fraud at TPUSA, adding up to millions, which again is not true. Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and signed off on every expense report and literally every single bill paid by the organization. Down to the single United States dollar. We've never missed a 990 deadline. Form 990 is a federal tax form completed by tax-exempt organizations like TPUSA. The letter from the Treasury Department was written in response to a request for information from Erica Kirk. Because what Candace was claiming, right, that TPUSA was under investigation by the Treasury Department. And they said that the letter said that none of the 4 tax-exempt entities Kirk runs are being examined or are under investigation by the IRS, and all the entities submitted on time all of their forms. And the contents of the letter were shared with CBS News. Hey, what's up, Will Call Magic? Great to see you. Awesome being here. Asked about the swift response to aid to conservative organizations' efforts to combat social media rumors, a senior Treasury official said the IRS is able to provide this type of information upon request by the taxpayer. And in this case, it's hideous that malicious lies and smears obligated her to make the request. Anyone who admits to incest or fraud under oath should be removed from office immediately. Yes, removed and then thrown right into the jail. President Trump has long publicly embraced TPUSA. Erica Kirk has made repeated visits to the White House and Oval Office since her husband's assassination. Turning Point has held annual fundraiser gala at Trump's Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. Oh, it held a fundraising there over the weekend. Representatives for TPUSA said the 2-a-day event was maxed out both nights. Governor Abbott made TPUSA a chapter for every state high school, Texas high school. That's awesome. The organization raises millions each year. A breakdown by ProPublica of tax forms the organization submitted in June 2024 shows revenues of $85 million. Kirk is going to be interviewed this week in a 1-hour town hall event moderated by Barry Weiss, CBS News' new editor-in-chief, and will be broadcast Saturday. Okay, so there's that. No, wrong one. Sorry. We got this. How did Ilhan Omar make $30 million net worth in just 7 years? And nope, it wasn't a result of her 3-4 marriages.
So we'll ask again, where did Ilhan Omar get all that darn money from? Let's go through it. When she first ran for Congress in 2018, she was married to a Somalian man named Ahmed Nur Said Elmi, and she had a net worth of approximately $65,000. Not a ton of money, but $65,000. By 2020, a whole 2 years later, Ilhan had already divorced and remarried another Somalian man by the name of Ahmed Aladizian Herzi, and her net worth was still right around $65,000. Yet just 4 years later, she was divorced and remarried again for a third or perhaps a fourth time. We don't know for sure because Ilhan Omar likely married her brother at one point to get him into this country illegally when she came here from Somalia, which, by the way, is a federal crime, and she's serving in Congress. And nobody talks about this. So by 2024, Ilhan's married to a new person, a white guy named Tim. There's Tim Minette. And Tim is not a rich man, but now he is.
A rich man.
He's rich now because somehow over the course of the last 3 years, Ilhan Omar's net worth has skyrocketed to over $30 million and counting, meaning she went from having right around $65,000 to $30 million in 3 years. Think about that. Powerball drawing is tonight. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ilhan Omar did not win the lottery. Bernie Madoff was cheating, and he still wasn't doing that well. That is a 46,000% increase in less than 3 years. Now, how do you suppose that happened? Do you really expect us all to believe that she just played the stock market like she's got a great investor and they just got kind of lucky over the course of the Biden presidency? And why are we the only ones asking these questions tonight? So once again, where did Ilhan Omar get all that money?
Where did Ilhan Omar get all the money?
Trying to make Americans feel bad for Somalian criminals.
Yeah, why? Why?
Information.
Why are they trying to make Americans feel bad for Somali criminals? That is the question. Anthony says from a welfare scams. K. Michael says they all get rich from campaign money. Yes, they do. 4 years of negligence has really hurt this country. It really has. Candace needs ties on the back, white shirt, and 2 big boys to walk her to a nice padding adorned room where she can talk to the nice man that interprets the voices in her head that are telling her all this crazy shit. And I have to make a new goal on YouTube because the goal has ended, but we did hit the goal. And we are currently $100 away from a second additional hour, so I will start a new goal. And I will say 20 super chats of $5 or more, whatever, for 1 hour. And we will say that that for every $100 in total donations that comes in, we add an hour to the show, and we are currently $100 away from a second additional hour. That's how I'll do that. All right. And there we go. Goal started. And that goal, for everyone that maybe is unaware, that goal money is a total, a running total across all platforms, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi. Those links are pinned in the chat, and there's QR codes on the screen. Also, any Rumble or YouTube super chat or Rumble rant, Rumble rant or super chat, gifted memberships on Rumble or YouTube, or becoming a member on Rumble or YouTube. I add it all up, and for every 100, we add an extra hour to the show. This says Ilhan money came from her husband, the white one, who has a campaign dude and manages money. She broke the dude's marriage. It says, check out Crazy Dude and his channels here at Rumble. Yes. Plants Nancy Pelosi ain't shit next to Ilhan. I was really hoping that she'd be doing is just a postpartum thing, but I'm thinking you're right. She's lost her mind. Yeah. Oh, you owed KD from earlier when you raided. Claw back all the money you can. My email address, never mind. Sorry. Supremacist dick was too much to resist. Decimal threat says it. There you go. Reposting. Omar made her money just like Hillary Clinton did. Cattle futures. Yes, maybe. Hey, Gripper. Too funny, Gagax. That's right. Too funny. Too funny. Her career started on a website called Social Autopsy. That's right. The thing I said about Candace, it was crazy. She was a leftist, and her whole thing was to dox people and go after them. She's a fraud. Yeah. Don't ever be fooled by a fraud. Seize Omar and the three hubbies' assets, charge them all accordingly, then refund it to the taxpayer. Who's handsome? I agree. I concur. Totally. And then KBT says, I'm late again. Thank you, Jim Somniacs, for bringing in Bella and the extra hour. What's up, Nero? Yeah, what's up? And hello, KPT. Yeah, so this is it. $1 billion in Minnesota COVID relief stolen and wired to Somalia and the Middle East, now under federal terror financing probe. $1 billion. Now, this is not all the money, but the money is adding up in Minneapolis. And we know right now the running total, I think, is over $10 billion that they know was stolen, more than $10 billion over the past 4 years. Omar calls it a fake scandal. Treasury Secretary Bessent says, if you come to America, don't steal from Americans. This isn't community feeding. It's treason-level fraud. Yes. Recover every dollar, deport every participant. No more excuses.
That money has gone overseas, and we are tracking that both to the Middle East and to Somalia to see what the uses of that have been.
Okay, but you have no evidence of that money being used to fuel terrorism at this point, which is what some conservative writers are alleging.
That's why it's an investigation. We started it last week. We'll see where it goes. But I can tell you that, it's terrible. Representative Omar tried to downplay it, said, it was very, it was very tough to know how this money should be used. Yeah. She was gaslighting the American people.
Well, we'll talk to her.
Yeah, but when you come to this country, you got to learn which side of the road to drive on. You got to learn to stop at stop signs, and you got to learn not to defraud the American people. That money has gone overseas.
Don't defraud the American people. Don't defraud the American people. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Oh, here we go. We got more on this. This Minnesota fraud story is truly mind-blowing. Listen to what this woman did and how much money she stole from taxpayers. Wow.
Meet Ayan Abukar. In 2021, she won the Outstanding Refugee Entrepreneurship Award from the Minnesota Department of Human Services. And in just a few years, her nonprofits generated over $5.7 million in revenue. How amazing! Today, she's a convicted felon who helped steal millions meant to feed hungry children. And her story perfectly illustrates Minnesota's fraud epidemic. So sit back and enjoy the unbelievable story of Ayan Abukar. When COVID hit and government money started flowing from a fire hose, Ayan saw an opportunity. She signed up her nonprofit for Feeding Our Future, which we all now know for their $250 million fraud scheme. And from October 2020 to early 2022, she claimed that her sites in Bloomington, Minneapolis, Savage, St. Paul were feeding 5,000 or more kids daily. Wow. In reality, no sites actually existed, and the kids didn't exist either. Prosecutors say that she alone pocketed $5.7 million. Quite the entrepreneur, I would say. What did she do with the money? Well, she bought a 37-acre commercial property in Lakeville. She purchased a jet in Nairobi, Kenya, and she sent hundreds of thousands of dollars back overseas to who knows who. And to keep all this scam running smoothly, she gave $330,000 to a Feeding Our Future employee to make sure that her invoices sailed through. But it gets worse. her fraudulent company, DimeSpeak Enterprise, shared the same address as a childcare center run by her daughter, and one that recently had its license revoked for, you guessed it, fraud. In January 2025, Ayaan Abukar stood in federal court and pled guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud.
Wow.
Sentencing is still pending, but thankfully she faces years in prison. But this is not just one bad apple. Many of the defendants in Feeding Our Future have connections to fraudulent autism centers, just another fraud thing in Minnesota. We have seen massive fraud across our state in child care assistance, food for children, autism centers, and homelessness programs even. It's systemic, and frankly, it's embarrassing. And if this makes you angry, I mean, it makes me laugh sometimes, but man, it makes me angry. It should. Share this video, because we need people to know so we can get real answers. We need to make it impossible to block real reform, as has been done repeatedly in the past. Because if we do not fix this system, the next refugee of the year is going to get an even bigger check paid for by you, the taxpayer.
Wow. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What is happening? All right. Yeah. Okay. SB Farm, Mom Hill says, Red Dawn is a feel-good movie at the end. So many movies are just woke, and I didn't watch a lot of the good ones when I was young. Yeah. Her name is I Am Booger. I'm a Booger. Maybe. It's a love story, Red Dawn. And nope, not woke for me. No prayer in school. How about Call to Prayer Across the City? Yeah. That's got to stop. In my opinion, this is enough to throw these assheads out. Me too. Get them all out. Get them all out. Get them all out. You never give away money without auditing its use. That's right. You can't go wrong with Steve McQueen. Yeah, The Great Escape is great too. You know, Magnificent Seven, the original Magnificent Seven, great movie. In 2023 alone, the GAO found over $20 billion in fraud in Obamacare. Now imagine how much fraud that is over the course of, let's say 10 years. 200 billion, right?
Major hit to Barack Obama's legacy, Obamacare. Congress's watchdog, the GAO, found massive systemic fraud in Obamacare. $21 billion potentially in fraud in just 2023 alone. 58,000 dead people got $94 million, but Obamacare was why Democrats shut down the government last month for 43 days. They want $400 billion more in subsidies. The Senate votes next week on a Democrat plan to try to get that spending. Luke Usier from Senate Budget, Kansas Senator Roger Marshall. Senator, you've been all over Obamacare fraud. How can Democrats demand and justify more money and spending? And let's go through what the GAO found. 97,000 double dipped and got at least double or triple the coverage. Obamacare gave out coverage without requesting documents. They gave out 190,000 separate instances of unauthorized payouts. Fake identities. They still got Obamacare. So they were getting these tax credits with fake IDs and dead people's Social Security numbers and more. What do you think, Senator?
Well, the GAO confirmed exactly what we were expecting. You know, and another example is that one Social Security number was used 125 different times. So as we expected, there's probably $35 billion of fraud. The reason that we were kind of tipped off is only about a third of the people on Obamacare actually filed a claim with their insurance company. So these were ghost patients. And by the way, most of these were not paying any type of a premium. They had a $0 premium thanks to the enhanced subsidies. So the bill that we dropped today is going to address these issues. It's going to require a real ID. It's going to require some type of biometrics. It's going to require those people to actually make a monthly type of payment so that they see something coming out of their real checking account.
Is it now an extinct species of any Democrat who cares about the public purse, who cares about taxpayer money, going flying out the door. I mean, this is simple garden variety tax credit fraud. Tax credits, it's so easy to commit fraud via tax credits. It's basically money that goes right out the front door. I mean, Biden signed legislation supercharging Obamacare fraud, putting it on steroids. So does any Democrat exist in D.C. saying, yeah, this is bad, we got to stop it?
Well, Liz, I'm afraid you're right. So we've approached multiple Democrats to be co-sponsors to our bill. And what stopped them is that we were requiring $5 a month. We were requiring each one of these.
This is just crazy. Requiring a $5 a month payment, a minimum $5 a month payment for getting the health insurance. That way you know that people actually someone has to put up the money and you can track where the money's coming from. That's why. So if you notice that it was all the same accounts, basically, because what you would end up seeing is insurance companies or other people paying the money in it. The people stealing the money would be paying the money to keep the money flowing. Yeah, and watch. No one will be arrested associated with that $21 billion. Yeah, probably not. It's not Obamacare. It's insurance care. California is currently using federal funds to give Medicaid benefits to illegals. Yes. Gee, guys, it's too damn hard to track the numbers. It really is. It's just so many different numbers. You ever seen the Italian Job? I think it was the 60s. That was the original Italian Job. Yeah, that's the one. Steve McQueen in that one, in that Italian Job? I think so. Yeah, fraud from the cleanest administration with zero scandals in history. Oh, yeah, he was a saint. That's right. He only wore that brown suit. That's all he ever did. Dirt meat. I'm not really into stupid movies. Anything Adam Sandler is a hard pass mostly, and let the guy with the face that is a lefty whack job is mostly a hard pass. Joe Law. Probably fake doctors seeing fake patients, just a billing office. Probably. Demon rats fund their campaign through fraud. Yes, they do. And X-Course, Italian Job is a heist movie. I've seen all of them. I seek them out all the time. Other than children, who the hell is getting $0 premiums while my retired stepfather on Social Security was quoted $500 a month? Fuck Obamacare. Yeah. Well, they get like special things. They're like, oh, you're a refugee. You're asylum speaker. Oh, you don't speak English. Oh, you're melanated. SP Farmer says, I try to recommend free movies, YouTube, Tubi, and Prime.
People to make a $5 payment per month to stop some of that fraud. We can't get one Democrat sponsor. So they say they want to fix Obamacare, but do they really? I think that's the question. What they really want is Medicare for all, which ends up being Medicaid for all. Again, that's their goal here. Which means more fraud, which means fraud on steroids. I mean, this is really out of hand. We're going to be monitoring this. Thank you so much, Senator Roger Marshall.
Wow. We need to be monitoring it. We really do. The GAO reported 23 out of 24 fake Obamacare applications approved for subsidies, 21 billion unverified in a year alone. The Government Accountability Office recently released a bombshell report on fraud in the ACA's premium tax credit system. Investigators submitted 24 fictitious applications for subsidized healthcare coverage. Investigators understand this. They did you know how they do tests like at the TSA where they go try to sneak guns and stuff past the agents. Well, they did the same thing here. They submitted 24 fictitious applications. 23 out of the 24 were approved for payments. The findings are staggering. The federal marketplace approved fake applications using invalid Social Security numbers and counterfeit documents. In one case, an applicant was told their income was verified based on documentation. No documentation has been submitted. Over 29,000 Social Security numbers received more than 365 days of coverage in 2023, which is mathematically impossible without fraud. It's mathematically impossible without fraud. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor in your hearts and thoughts, yes. If you can't get them backers, just gut it and get rid of it. That's what I would do. Not having insurance was made a penalty. Obamacare ruined health care. There should be a national audit. I agree. Must be hard to find for free. Yeah. Kubrick is God, in my opinion. Oh, I move on, Jim. I will not condone these lies about the best president ever in the minds of leftists. Anyone who is a Muslim that believes Muhammad needs to be sent back. I mean, I'm a history buff myself, and I think the history is fascinating when you think about the fact that, you know, Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 years old, and they consummated the marriage when she was 10 or 11. It's very historical facts that you should be aware of. Well, the supposed legit systems are pretty dang fraudulent anyway. The objective is to keep everyone on medication management and see the doctor about 3 minutes to get a refill in community MH. I had to cancel my insurance because it tripled in 10 years. Paying cash is cheaper. KBT says, laugh at Joe. And then, didn't Democrats want all this fraud? Maybe demon rat voters should also be deported. Don't we want accountability? 9. 9. So she consummated at 9. Oh, man. Married at 6 and did the do at 9. Ugh. Gross. One Social Security number was used across 125 policies for 26,000 days of coverage. That's equivalent to 71 years. Well, Biden was giving out Social Security numbers to people like crazy, and I believe that they gave the same people the same Social Security number like thousands of times or hundreds of times. Over 58,000 Social Security numbers received subsidies matched Social Security death records. CMS paid $94 million for households with at least one deceased enrollee. $21 billion in subsidies paid in 2023 alone showed no evidence of reconciliation with tax filings. CMS received, so that means that they didn't have any. There was nobody filed taxes showing that they received a subsidy. They received 275,000 complaints in 8 months from people enrolled in plans without their consent. Jim, teach Bronca how to post Rumble rants. There is no way to post Rumble rants. I can post a regular Rumble, but if someone does a rant on Rumble, like I haven't had any rants on Rumble at all or anything on Rumble, there's no way to, it doesn't show up. I would have to pull up the actual Rumble thing to show it, like the Rumble page. There's no way to pull it up on StreamYard. Just right for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know if it's StreamYard or Rumble, but they both need to get their shit together so that you can actually pull it up and that it shows up. Because these are here, I see these, and this is Rumble. But other than that, if it's a paid thing, all that'll show up is nothing. And then if somebody gifts memberships or becomes a member on Rumble, their name just appears. It doesn't say anything on StreamYard. So brokers are signing up fake customers, collecting commissions, and insurers are getting premium payments for accounts with zero claims. Yeah, StreamYard is trash hole. Yes, it is. The CMS hasn't updated its fraud risk assessment since 2018, despite the program more than doubling to $124 billion. Okay, confession time. Illegals were given alien numbers so they could apply for Social Security numbers. Those numbers were given to illegals about 24 hours after arrival. It's disgusting. It is. And learn a bit about the history of the making of the film is somewhat important, actually the most important. The government is on autopilot, hemorrhaging taxpayer money while bureaucrats shrug. This is exactly what Elon Musk and Doge were warning about.
He thinks Minnesota's bad. Wait until you hear about Obamacare. A new study from the Government Accountability Office just exposed the program as a criminal piggy bank. The office submitted 24 fake Obamacare applications, and 23 of them were approved. So they just made up a bunch of names, put in fictitious Social Security numbers, or for some, put in no records at all, and Obamacare sent them a check. This is exactly what Elon Musk and Doge were talking about. We wouldn't have to print so much money and run so much debt if we could just stop giving away money to thieves. He thinks Minnesota's bad. Wait.
Yeah, wow. That's crazy, ain't it? That's just crazy. Crazy. Let's see here. Here we go. So this is Lance Gooden He works for the government. In some places, it says Obamacare fraud is massive. $21 billion in subsidies went to people with Social Security numbers that don't match IRS records. Taxpayers should be outraged that Democrats want to bail out Obamacare. Submitted none. Healthcare account completed with fictitious documentation, enrolled. Yes, look at all this stuff. It's crazy. Democrat Party is the party of hate, violence, racism, slavery, abortion, socialism, anti-rights, anti-constitutional, anti-American, anti-God, anti-man, corporate-funded, evil, sick, lie to your face. It's crazy. Wow. Don't let the Tim Walz story distract you from the fact that Obamacare is guilty of $47+ billion in total widespread fraud. They're distracting you with the Walz because the money laundering from Obamacare is bankrolling most of the DNC and Uniparty swamp. That's why the demon rats are now pressing President Trump for $400 billion more for Obamacare subsidies next month's bill. Is this the same story?
$1 billion potentially in fraud in just 2023 alone. 58,000 dead cancer. Senator Roger Marshall. Senator.
Oh, yeah. This is the one we saw, so that would be all of these I got. Let me see if there's one more. A new watchdog found Obamacare funding is tens of thousands of questionable accounts, including those with duplicate Social Security numbers, deceased enrollees, missing identity data. They're now creating fake applicants to test the system, some of which continue to receive over $10,000 a month in premium subsidies. And watchdogs find Obamacare paying thousands of dead and bogus accounts. Oh, here we go. This one. So insane. New report on Barack Obama's Affordable Care Act shows 6.4 million people are fraudulently receiving Obamacare subsidies. 62% of Obamacare subsidy recipients don't qualify. $27 billion a year in fraud. 500,000 to 800,000 undocumented illegal aliens are on Affordable Care Act. Paragon Health Institute estimates 300,000 non-citizens, including undocumented and subsidized plans. Wow.
Looks like the fraud just continues to ramp up everywhere we turn. The administration just announced that 6 states have been stealing federal tax dollars in order to illegally give health care to illegal aliens. Over $1 billion stolen in just the past few months in 6 states. Individuals aren't doing much better. According to a recent report, 6.4 million people are fraudulently receiving Obamacare subsidies from you and me. 62% of Obamacare subsidy recipients don't even qualify.
I want
that
my money.
lie is costing all of us over $27 billion a year, all while our insurance premiums just keep escalating. I'm over $30,000 a year now with a $10,000 deductible. Insurance companies don't care because they just keep getting richer and richer. How do you think all this ends?
Yeah, how do you think it all ends? Really, how do you think it all ends? How do you think it all ends? It all ends. Here's a 2-minute refresher on the architect of Obamacare, Jonathan Gruber. You guys ready? Ready for this refresher? It's a little refresher.
Who exactly is Gruber? What was his role in crafting Obamacare?
I don't know who he is. He didn't help write our bill.
Most people think he's one of the best outside experts, Mr. Gruber of MIT.
I don't know if you have seen Jonathan Gruber of MIT's analysis. And so...
Jonathan Gruber is one of the most respected economists in the world.
He attended 5 of the 12 meetings at the Obama White House in 2009, including the meeting with the president.
I was a paid consultant to the Obama administration to help develop the technical details of the bill.
$6 million in consulting fees on Obamacare. Who knew you could make so much money working for the government, huh?
And so...
The fact that some advisor who never worked on our staff.
I've stolen ideas from liberally John Gruber.
Obama's a little more relaxed. I think he took a cigarette break halfway through.
Expressed an opinion that I completely disagree with in terms of the voters.
That passed. The American voters are too stupid to understand that. Called the stupidity of the American voter or whatever. It's a very clever, basic exploitation of the lack of economic understanding of the American voter.
There's no reflection on the actual process that was run.
And the only way we could take it on was first by mislabeling it. And John Kerry said, no, we're going to tax your health insurance. We're going to tax those evil insurance companies.
Gruber, who has been our guide on a lot of this.
But we all know it's really a tax on people who hold those insurance plans.
I think it's fair to say that there was not a provision in the healthcare law that was not extensively debated.
This bill was written in a tortured way to make sure CBO did not score the mandate as taxes. If CBO scored the mandates taxes, the bill dies.
Mr. Gruber of MIT, he's got big computer models. He takes the CBO data, and frankly, in some respect, he's helped CBO by giving some information to CBO that otherwise does not have.
You had a law which said healthy people are going to pay in. It made explicit that healthy people pay in and sick people get money. It would not have passed.
And was fully transparent.
Lack of transparency is a huge political advantage. And over time, it's going to apply to more and more health insurance plans.
And so...
How can that make sense?
That's crazy, right? That's the guy who fucking got us Obamacare, man. That's crazy. GAO, I think we saw this, yeah. GAO just uncovered massive systemic fraud in Obamacare, likely stolen in just 2023, 58,000 dead people, Social Security numbers, all this stuff, shocking fund. Yeah, there's the guy right there. That's him. Meanwhile, over in Illinois, Pritzker just released 1,700 violent criminals, illegal aliens. Why would you do that? There's only one reason. You absolutely hate your citizens.
Now on sanctuary policies in the state of Illinois, Immigration and Customs Enforcement saying that Governor Pritzker is overseeing the release of more than 1,700 dangerous criminal illegal aliens since the 20th of January, including murderers, pedophiles, and kidnappers, sending them back into neighborhoods and putting American lives at risk. It is turnstile justice. And now on sanctuary policy.
None of your business is right. If only sick people were getting money, we could live with that. But insurance companies and fraudsters are getting the most money. That's true. All right, everybody, we've been going 3 hours now. And I just want to remind everybody, those 1,700 are his citizens. Yeah. I just want to remind everybody that there is a goal. And if we can hit this next goal, we're going to add another hour. I mean, I'm not even 1/20th of the way through the topics I have for tonight. So if you want to go longer, the links are posted in the chat for PayPal and Cash App and Coffee, Ko-Fi, or whatever it's called. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Because right now, only 2 people have donated anything tonight. It was just Renee Collins donated $64, and Who's Handsome gave 6 memberships. That's it. That's all that came in tonight. Hans Gruber tried to steal $640 million. I thought it was $640 billion or something. Depends on the topics. Oh, okay. The topics are all great topics. They're all excellent topics. So I was trying to get through some of the Illinois is being paid to release them. See? Why is Illinois being paid to release them? Over $14 million. So here, this woman's going to tell you.
My name's Bria Gillum. I'm a program officer with the MacArthur Foundation. And we launched an initiative in 2015 called the Safety and Justice Challenge, which is focusing on reducing the misuse and overuse of jails and reducing racial and ethnic disparities. We are currently in 52 states, or 52 jurisdictions across 32 states, because there's only 50 states, including right here in Allegheny County. And we've been really looking to partner with the local community, local stakeholders, and the local political systems actors to understand why are jails over-incarcerating people here across the country, and why does that disproportionately impact people of color? So my name's Bria Gillum. I'm a program officer.
So they keep paying them. That's what they're doing. They're paying. Oh, we saw this. Okay. All right. There we go. So this was this. Illinois releases 1,800 legal aliens charged with murder, assault, sex crimes. We saw that. Sanctuary policies freed 1,700 criminals. What is this? Post-millennial. Somali community leader says Minnesota Ilhan Omar married her brother so he can get student loans. We saw that story. So this leader came forward and said all this stuff. Community leader says Ilhan gave up Ilhan Omar. Rally time, people. Rally time. Rally time. Wow. Thanks, Joe, for the $2. I would like to see the Ilhan Omar movie when it gets to produce. Rally time, people. Let's go. With that, we are now just $98 away, folks. Just $98 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much for your wonderful generosity. You really show me that you love the show. Thanks, Joe. Omar's friend blows whistle, confirms she did marry her brother to get him papers. What's this? Come on, loading. Look at this. Trump's approval rating rises as Republicans back cost of living efforts. Well, I appreciate every little bit helps. Hey, Marjorie comes in with another 5. Thank you, Marjorie. Wow, look at that. Let's rally, folks. Let's get this done. That means we're now $93 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much, Marjorie. Thank you, Marjorie. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. President Trump's approval rating edged up to 41% in past weeks as Republicans warmed to his handling of the cost of living and signs the administration's new focus on affordability might be supporting his popularity, according to a Reuters Ipsos poll. The 6-day poll, which closed on December 8th, showed approval for the president rising from 38% in late November, which was the lowest since he returned to the White House. He started his second term with a 47% rating. Republicans performed poorly in a handful of state elections in November, and Democrats hammered the Trump administration on persistently high inflation. Here's $2, Jim. Thanks for bringing us the news. Well, thank you, Neurodivergent One. And there's a $2 donation, Rumble Rant on... that's $1, but close enough. It's a $2. It's a $1. Viva has a window that shows rants on the left side of the screen. Not sure if it's a separate plugin. Well, I think you could do this. No, there's a way to do it. Man, hold on. There's a way to do it. I just screwed up my Rumble now. Here we go. Pop out chat. Here we go. So you can do this. You can do this to show the Rumble rants. This is a way to do this. You can do this and go like this and go share this tab instead. And so then this pops up. Okay. And so you can see this. So there you can see, this is how you could, there's a pop out chat you can do. So this is, you can see the Rumble stuff on Rumble. So, oh wait, we got another $1 now. So we got $1. Here's $1. Won't let me do 2 for some reason. Well, thank you. So now with that, we have this. This. So I go here, the banner. Go. So now we are $91 away from $91 away from a second additional hour. Save that. Come here. Go to comments. And then, oh, Anthony comes in with for $17.76. So I will round that up to $18. And then we got Sunshine, $4.99. Merry Christmas. And thank you, Anthony. Let's get under them sofa cushions. So that's 18 plus another 5. So that's $23. So we go to the banner here and so that's $68 away from a second additional hour. Thank you very much, everybody. Similar to the holy hand grenade of Antioch bug, 1345. Let's get under the social cushion. Certainly we can with 120 people watching. We could get the money going. Let's rally, people. Let's rally. Rally call works. We'll try. So let me do this. Go like this. And then, and then I will figure out where to go here. Share this tab instead. Yeah, so I could actually, I'll be able to pull out, I have the chat separated, so I guess now I can do that. If a rant comes in, I can pull up that chat and show it. So that'll work. So, yeah, so scaling back some tariff increase and everything. So, and described as Democrats' focus as you on a hoax with the Epstein thing. So there's that story. Same thing from the Hill. Trump's approval rating ticks up to 41%. Trump approval rating rises as Republicans back cost of living efforts. And then this story came out. It says Trump's administration has a $1 billion airport plan, raises eyebrows. The White House plans to create more family-friendly resources in U.S. airports has been met with ridicule online. Secretary Duffy and Bobby Kennedy traveled to Washington's D.C. International Airport to kick off their new initiative, which provides grants for airports to improve travelers' experiences. That's right. They want to improve travelers' experiences. I mean, I guess. Critics argue that the billion-dollar plan, dubbed Make Travel Friendly Again, will not address the larger ongoing problems with U.S. air travel. Flight disruptions are already frequent and were made worse during the recent shutdown when staffing shortages hit air traffic control and airport security. Whose fault is that really? Who shut down the government? It was Democrats who shut down the government, so maybe you should be bitching at them. The administration said the $1 billion in funding will go creating more children's play or exercise areas, adding mothers' rooms or nursing pods, reconfiguring security checkpoints. Get rid of TSA. Boom! Experience improved. Yeah, and you save a bunch of money too. Creative terminal projects that focus on enhancing family travel journey. Yes, and a number of healthy eating options are going to be available at U.S. airports, so that's good. Duffy they have a pull-up competition. Duffy and RFK Jr. Touting the $1 billion to add mini gyms and healthier food at airports. We'll watch this real quick. I can't actually because they got music playing, but they're going to do a pull-up competition. Look at them. Okay. There's Bobby Kennedy going to do pull-ups. Wow, look at them go. Man. Oh, they got women doing pull-ups. They got all these people doing pull-ups. Yay, we're going to make it healthy again. That's awesome. Great. So they went to RFK, Ronald Reagan Airport. I don't want you to have a full body sweat going till you stink, Duffy told the Post after his tie and jacket to pump up. But if you get a good few pull-ups to get your blood flowing, I think it's positive. It's not like going to the gym, sweat, and get in an airplane. Yeah, don't do that. You don't want to get on an airplane sweaty. Make travel family-friendly again. This is a good story here. We all saw how the flight attendants treated families with children. They started nonsense to get aboard planes. Yeah, sounds like a waste of money. Probably a one-time investment. Yeah, I think it's a one-time. Pull-ups are racist. Let me say this. Tengo que decirte la verdad. Hoy vino a centro mi buen. Creo que mi tome tu como se tal a la playa la petre. Trump implores Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito to remain on the Supreme Court. Trump urged Supreme Court Justices Alito and Thomas to remain on the bench. Politico's White House bureau chief asked Trump during an interview on the conversation if he'd like to see Alito or Thomas retire so he can appoint a younger conservative. And he said both justices are fantastic and they should remain where they are. You want to see one of the justices on the court retire so you can put in someone before the end of your term. Thomas is 77, Alito 75. Well, I hope they stay because I think they're fantastic, okay? Both of them, they're fantastic, and they are. Jim, you're funny. Thank you. I needed that laugh. Okay. Con el comento no cita siempre más pero correct aquí, digo aquí. Maybe it will stop the fighting. Maybe. We're not going to watch the interview. So. Trump warned that some Democrats want to pack the court, which would be a terrible thing. He'd better be looking for good replacements, not just like ACB, yeah. ABC. President appointed 3 justices, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett, to the court during his first term, which gave the court a conservative majority. Alito and Thomas have ruled in Trump's favor on many key cases and granting Trump immunity from official acts taken during his presidency, which the immunity was always there. They just recognized it. They're the best 2 justices we got right now. Oh, you ain't kidding. Like, if we could clone Clarence Thomas, impeach KBJ, and he can get another one. Yes. Jim, your Spanish is like, well, it's, how do they say this? It's Spanglish. I speak Spanglish. Spanglish. I didn't say I'm fluent or anything like that. I'm trying. So the court is taking up a case involving the executive order barring birthright citizenship to children of illegal immigrants. Finally, someone got it right. They're not barring birthright citizenship for everyone, just illegal immigrant children. Trump told Burns that justice might rule his administration's favor since the Constitution Clause never intended to grant citizenship to children of wealthy or illegal immigrants. That's what I say. This just says Trump dismisses calls for Alito or Thomas to step down. As other people were calling for them to step down, and Trump said, what are you guys, nuts? Trump hopes Alito and Thomas stay on the bench. Oh, this is a story which I don't know if any people follow this stuff. This is about a Tampa Bay Rays player named Wander Franco. No, Jim, I speak Spanglish. Oh, okay. I don't know what I speak then. KBJ's only qualification is that he's black and has a vagina. Well, I'm not even sure she has a vagina because she said she didn't know what a woman was because she's not a biologist. So, I mean, how could she be a woman? I mean, how could she have a vagina? How could any of these things be true? Can't be true. Can't be true. Oh, can't be true, can't be true, can't be true. Under the jurisdiction thereof, even Native Americans weren't made citizens. That's right. That is correct. Just put boxing rings in the Spirit Airlines terminals. Yes, that would work. Does she know she has a vagina, though? That's great. Does she know? Well, what does Barnes say about betting odds against Trump appointing a fourth justice, Sotomayor? Sotomayor is not healthy. She's overweight. She's up there in age. She suffers from diabetes and several other maladies. And, yeah. Stunning twist in the flawed case against Wander Franco, convicted of sexually abusing a 14-year-old. Now, if this guy gets off on a technicality, that's going to be bad. Sotomayor is a mess. Yeah, she's a health mess. They were trying to get her to step down under Biden, remember? They wanted to step down under Biden. So Dominican Republic, Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic. An appeals court in Dominican Republic on Tuesday ordered a new trial for Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco, who was convicted earlier this year of sexually abusing a minor and received a 2-year suspended sentence. They suspended a sentence, Don Corleone. They suspended the sentence. This very day, he goes free. I come to you for justice, Don Corleone, for justice. I want them to suffer the way my daughter suffers. Tuesday's rulings comes after Franco's attorney had pushed to have his conviction suspended and sentencing overturned, while prosecutors had been seeking a 5-year sentence. The appeals court ruled in favor of Franco, ordering a new panel of judges to oversee the case. Puerto Plata is nice. Why suspended? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to read the story. Is that like plata y plomo? Plomo y plata? Isn't that plata is what, lead or gold or silver? I know plomo plata is lead or silver, right? Silver or lead. Hey, just dawned. So was Ginger. So nice of you to be here. Thanks, everybody. And please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Silver Port de Plata. Silver Port. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Why do you all think things of a judge? I just ate and have to be able to sleep. I want to remind everybody, there's 125 people watching right now just on YouTube alone. And then there's another, 55 people watching on good old-fashioned rumble, rumble, rumble in the jungle. All right? And we got like, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll throw in an extra half hour for everybody, if we can get to the goal and get another hour. That's how I'll do it. The court understands that there's many flaws, many omissions, many issues, and decided to send a case to a new trial. So it was what Franco's attorney said. Meanwhile, prosecutor Jose Martinez Montan, the district attorney for the province of Puerto Plata, where the case is being heard, says he maintains his belief that the evidence presented during the trial early this year. I thought Plata was beach. No, I only know because I watched, the documentary called Narcos about Escobar, and that's what Escobar. Playa is beach. Yeah, Playa. And he would always say to the people, plomo y plata, like either plomo or plata, like do you want lead or silver, either way. In a new trial, the procedures will be reevaluated. We won the case in the first trial, and we expect the same in a new trial. Playa is beach, plata is silver, plomo is lead. Yeah. Remember when YouTube was censoring people? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Tell YouTube audience to come to Rumble. In November, Franco signed an 11-year, $182 million contract. That's a lot of plata right there. 182 millions is lots of plata. But his career was upended when authorities in the Dominican Republic announced in 2023 that they were investigating him for a relationship with a minor. Franco was 22 at the time. In January 24, he was arrested in his home country. 6 months later, the Rays placed him on the restricted list, which cut off the pay he'd been receiving while on administrative leave. In June 24, the panel of judges found him guilty of sexually abusing a minor and not guilty of charges of sexual and commercial exploitations against a minor and human trafficking. Hey, everyone out there, please give a couple of bucks. That's right. We are only, $68 away from an additional hour. And as I said, I'm going to run, I'm going to give you guys another 30 minutes for free if we hit that. So we'll actually make it a 5-hour show if we hit this next goal. Saying that. So it'll basically be like an extra hour for free. YouTube still censoring when something major happens. My feed is full of 2-year-old videos suddenly. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, hey, if I was able to make videos on Rumble and it was profitable to just do Rumble, I would just do Rumble. But like I get maybe, Picayune from Rumbles. So Smaw has rated the stream. Well, thanks, Smaw. Thanks for being here. That's great. See, Smaw has rated the stream. See, I figured out how to do this now. So, uh-oh. Where did that go? So it says Dominican orders a new trial for Tampa Bay Rays Wander Franco. And then we got this. We got Trump warns Ukraine. Terry says, no money. Rating, baby, rating. To get money from Rumble is hard unless you have a contract like Viva or Tim Pool. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough from Rumble. It's very little. No monies. No monies. Okay, Terry, I understand. We're here. That's right. Yeah. Trump warns Ukraine is losing Russia war, calls for new elections despite wartime prohibition. President Trump said on Monday that Ukraine should hold new elections despite an ongoing war with Russia, prompting President "I'll steal all your money" Zelensky to declare he's ready for them to begin when voters can be safe. I think it's time. I think it's an important time to hold elections. The president told Politico, Dasha Burns. They're using a war to not hold elections, but I think the Ukrainian people should have that choice. Under Ukraine's constitution, elections cannot be held during a period of martial law, which Zelensky imposed in response to Russia's invasion in 2022. Under normal circumstances, the terms of Zelensky and Ukraine's parliament would have ended in May of 24, respectively. May and August of 24, respectively. Speaking to reporters on Tuesday, Zelensky said he's the will and readiness to hold elections, but he cited issues in Ukraine's way, including the security of voters in the war zone. Well, I mean, the people that are in the areas that Russia's occupying clearly aren't going to vote because they're not part of Ukraine anymore. They're not part of Russia. I mean, that's how that works. He said he's seeking a legislative fix, but he has to help. If he has help from the U.S. in ensuring the safety of voters during a war, Kiev will be ready to hold an election in the next 60 to 90 days. I'm asking how now, and he's stating openly, I need the United States of America to help me. Together with European colleagues, we can ensure safety for conducting elections. Yeah, because it works out so well for the U.S. conducting elections. If maybe Zelensky would win, Trump said. I don't know who would win, but they haven't had an election in a long time. You know, they talk about democracy, but it gets to a point where it's not a democracy anymore. Life is the difference. Says Rumble doesn't remove creative channels and steal their money, though, or have Alphabet funnel money to keep it afloat. Yeah, that's true. And YouTube does steal money. The president also responded to a weekend claim that his first son, Don Jr., that the commander-in-chief may be willing to walk away from Ukraine, saying, it's not correct, but it's not exactly wrong. We have to play ball. If they don't read the agreements, potential agreements, it's not easy with Russia because Russia has the upper hand, and they always did. They're much bigger. They're much stronger in that sense. And I give the people of Ukraine and the military of Ukraine tremendous credit for, the bravery and for fighting and all that. But, at some point, size will win generally. Wait a minute. This is Pope Leo? This black guy is Pope Leo? Wow. I thought he was a white guy. I didn't know he was a black guy. It says President arrives with Pope Leo in Italy. That's crazy. Look at him. Wow. Or demonetize a channel but still run ads and pocket it all. Yeah, that's what they do. That's how YouTube do. Wow. The president's comments came as the administration makes another effort to end the Europeans' deadliest conflict since the Second World War. You say it's one. Sending prayers. Are you ligaments injured too? Oh my God, I hope you feel better. Insurance finally allowed me to get x-rays today, which obviously won't show ligaments, but did show my fractured shoulder. Damn it. Oh my God, I hope you feel better. Prayers. That's not Leo? You sure? That's what the picture said. Zelensky needs money to pay back NATO loans so they can get a new loan. Oh. Yeah, that'll work. Zelensky disputed the accusation, telling reporters he in fact read many different versions of the plan. We're working and we're making changes. Zelensky, we're going to have to get the ball rolling to start accepting things. Yeah. He's going to have to accept that they're not going to win. The main exception they're going to have to accept. Trump, time for Ukraine to have elections as it's not a democracy anymore, Trump says. Trump pressures Zelensky for new elections, warns Ukraine of a point where it's not a democracy anymore. And this is big news. It's not really, I don't know. We'll see what people think. Crowder has been demonetized for years, and YouTube still runs ads on his channel. Scumbags. Yeah, that's true. Leo went transracial. Damn it. Federal judge authorizes the DOJ to release Ghislaine Maxwell's grand jury transcripts. Wow. That is crazy. That is just crazy. Let me look here. How much time we got left? There's 5 minutes left on that goal. But I'm sure I'm Catholic. I have to know these things. Okay. So the DOJ can release the grand jury transcripts and exhibits and investigative materials. Huh. Another deluge of information about Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein were released by the DOJ. A federal judge ruled today that the Justice Department can release investigative materials from a sex trafficking case against Jeffrey Epstein's partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell. Judge Paul A. Engelmayer ruling comes after the DOJ asked 2 judges in New York to unseal grand jury transcripts and exhibits from both the Maxwell and Epstein cases. Also to be released are investigative materials that could amount to hundreds or thousands of previously unreleased documents. Associated Press reported the ruling in the wake of the passage last month of the Epstein Files Transparency Act means the records could be made public within 10 days. The law requires the Justice Department to provide Epstein-related records to the public in a searchable format by December 19th. Engelmeyer is the second judge to allow the Justice Department to publicly disclose previously secret Epstein court records. Last week, a judge in Florida granted the department's request to release transcripts from an abandoned federal grand jury investigation into Epstein in the 2000s. Judge Paul Engelmeyer orders the disclosure of grand jury materials in the Ghislaine Maxwell's case. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to move on. I just wanted to cover it. I don't want people to say I'm ignoring things. Here we go. This is a story. Pakistan demands the political dissidents in Britain in exchange for grooming gang abusers. So, Pakistan will not accept the deported grooming gang abusers back into their country, or unless the UK sends them the dissidents that have sought asylum in the UK. So they want the UK to give up people that actually are going to get abused and tortured and stuff in Pakistan. If you want them to take the pedophiles, Pakistani pedophiles back, you got to give us the Pakistanis that we want to torture, is what Pakistan is saying. Anyone who claims to ignore stories does not watch your show. I try not to ignore any stories. I try to cover everything that I see that I think might be slightly interesting to anybody. So, a quid pro quo proposal is the latest in a long-running deportation saga. The Pakistan government has called for 2 political dissidents in Britain to be extradited in exchange for the country accepting grooming gang offenders who have resisted deportation. You heard on a PPD podcast that Epstein had a pecker shaped like a lemon. Oh. I ordered a sling, gets her tomorrow. I'm very impressed with myself. Mama took Libby and me to dinner tonight. Steaks, couldn't cut it. I'm starving. The White House suggests sources told GB News the removal of 2 dissidents had been raised by Pakistani ministers months ago. As an official familiar with the matter, speaking on a condition of anonymity, said that the Pakistanis have proposed the exchange amid its diplomacy with Britain on the deportation of grooming gang offenders in Rockdale. The following reports over the weekend in Pakistan that the Interior Minister had made the proposal in a meeting with the British High Commissioner. So that's just some sleazy shit. Like, give us the dissidents, that you're protecting there, that are political dissidents. Give them to us. Give them back to us, or we won't take the people back. What England should do is say, you either take these guys back, or no more Pakistanis are getting any fucking visas to come to UK ever again. That's what they should do. Just stop all visas. They showed the pic of him and some other dudes in the undies to demonstrate. It was hilarious. Wow. Website Drop News reported from sources that from the meetings that it focused on a quid pro quo arrangement that Islamabad would accept the deportation of Pakistan heritage grooming gang abusers in exchange for the extradition of 2 political dissidents. Speaking at a press conference organized by conservatives, the Tories, they're called, Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philip said the British government should reject any deal. If someone is likely to be politically persecuted, then it's reasonable that we should provide them protection. There should not be some sort of false trade. Countries like Pakistan should take back their own nationals when required, including if they commit criminal offenses without conditions. They need to play tough. They need to tell Pakistan, all right, that's it. No more Pakistanis can come to UK. That's it. You're out. Earlier this year, it was revealed that a high-level Pakistani delegation had proposed that the government would accept the sex abuser deportations if its flag carrier, Pakistan International Airlines, returned to flying to Britain. How about Omega 304 Bonnie Blue facing 15 years in Bali because she had to do the 304 trick there? Really? I didn't know about that. Did not hear about that. Yeah, so these are the grooming gang people for serious child sex offenses. It's understood that British ministers were attempting to secure the deportation of the offenders Kwari Roth and Adil Khan, who were jailed in 2012. Earlier this year, Khan fled the UK but calls Roth's deportation to have continued. The pair used human rights legislation to resist their removal despite having the British citizenship stripped. It's a long-standing policy and practice. The UK will neither confirm nor deny that an extradition request has been made or received. The Pakistan High Commission in London was contacted for comment. So there's that story. Okay. Oh, wait. So this says that the grooming gang rape is born in Britain to be deported under the bombshell. These are saying that these guys were born in Britain, but Britain stripped their citizenship from them anyway and are sending them back to Pakistan. They're sent back to Pakistanis. Pakistan demands dissidents in return for grooming gang leaders. Strange picture, 4 grown men posing in their drawers for a photo. Yes. Very strange. Very, very strange. All right, people. All right, people. The goal expired, but I'm going to do everybody a solid here, and I'm going to make a new goal for 30 minutes. All right? 30 minutes. All right? New goal for 30 minutes. We are $68 away from a second hour, so I'll give you guys 30 minutes to extend the show. All right? No, I have it. I have it all added up. We got 5, 18, 10, 28, 30. There was 30 given on YouTube for the second hour, and then Rumble was, I think, $2. So that's what it is. Not 60. You guys give $32 towards the second hour. It's shocking that Britain has done anything about deportation of judges seen as lame as ours. Well, this is it's not the judges. I think this is coming from higher up. Wow. There's the chat. Oh. Says life isn't different comes in 5, but I have to go to bed. But here's 5 towards the new goal. Well, that's great. Life isn't different. I really appreciate that. So with that, how about a goal of everyone sharing the link to the show with another channel's commenters? Well, that could work, but people get mad when you do stuff like that. So right now we are $63 away from a second additional hour. That would be great if we can hit it. We haven't. I'm just going to say we have not hit a second additional hour yet this month in December at all. And several nights, including Saturday, we didn't even hit 1 extra hour. So thank you. Let's see what this is. Euro News. Bali. Oh, let's see this. Share this tab instead. British adult content creator Bonnie Blue detained in Bali over alleged pornography offenses. Wow. Here's a rant and have a good night. The adult content creator, whose name is Tia Billinger, faces a maximum sentence of 15 years for breaking Indonesian law. Controversial adult star Bonnie Blue has been detained in Indonesia for allegedly producing pornographic content in violation of the Muslim majority's morality laws. Yeah, since the goal became reverted back to 100, not 75. Yeah, well, I don't know if that really would make a difference, really. I mean, if we, like a couple nights, we didn't even hit $50. Bella didn't even get activated. So, 26-year-old British woman who was banned from OnlyFans and created moral outrage earlier this year with the documentary 1,000 Men and Me was arrested during a police raid in a rental studio in Bali. She's known for organizing sex challenges involving large groups of young men and had announced her Bali visit on social media, writing, "Hey, boys, those who are going to schoolies and those who are barely legal can't wait to meet you. I'm in Bali, so you know what that means." She had hired a bus dubbed the Bang Bus for Schoolies Week, and her group included at least 17 male tourists of British and Australian nationalities. Wow. She FA'd and FO'd. Yeah, she definitely FA'd a lot. Police say Blue's group was allegedly creating content containing pornographic and immoral elements. Indonesia has strict laws banning production and distribution. Blue was released, but her passport remained seized before she was transferred to immigration authorities. If convicted, she faces a maximum of 15 years and a 6 billion rupee. Wow. She made headlines earlier this year when she claimed to have had sex with 1,057 men in a single day, 12 hours to be precise, in an attempt to set a world record. While it's been interesting to examine a possible dichotomy of Billinger Blue being either an empowered sex-positive entrepreneur as she becomes the only highest-earning content creators to have appeared on OnlyFans and earning £1 million for her 1,000 Men stunt, or dangerously pandering to toxic male fantasies, or both. We added 1,000 Men and Me. A Bonnie Blue story may or may not get you upset. Unfortunately, it's a dirty feeling, but one thing's for sure, you won't emerge particularly enriched from the experience. That's Senora STDs. Sounds like they caught her in the act. That's what it sounds like. Literally in the act. Here we go. We got Governor Greg Abbott predicts Jasmine Crockett will get pummeled in the Senate race due to her progressive socialist agenda. Why is she wearing the same glasses that Robert De Niro was wearing at the end of Casino? Mouth agape. She's going to get pummeled, says Greg Abbott. Crockett will formally announce her bid on Monday after hinting for weeks that she would jump into the race. Notably, prior to her formal announcement, former Rep. Colin Allred backed out of the Senate race, announcing they would instead run for Texas's congressional seat in District 33. In the past few days, I come to believe the bruising Senate Democrat primary and runoff would prevent the party from going into this critical election unified against the danger posed to our communities and our Constitution by Donald Trump and his Republican bootlickers. Wow. Hours later, Crockett filed the paperwork. Crockett's about to learn the hard way that Texans are very different from her district, her base, and her values. She'll be pummeled for her progressive socialist agenda and crushed by the Republican nominee. The Texas political cemetery is filled with blowhards like her who have no idea how to run statewide. Looking forward to watching the circus keeping the U.S. Senate raised. So Slavey Crockett's about to learn the hard way. Crockett has publicly beefed with the Lone Star governor before. You know, we got Governor Hot Wheels down here. The only thing about him that's a hot mess, honey. So, yeah, right on. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on because I know people, this is a hot mess in these streets, all right? I'm going to make it so I'm throwing their things because they're going to get all script. Defender Mark bizarrely asserted not that the governor's disability. I was thinking about the governor's condition. I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles used to transfer migrants. Communities led by black peers, distributing smoking tensions and fears among the vulnerable. That's a hot mess, man, I'm referring to, man. There was no indication during her original remarks that she was talking about deportations. Because she's a liar. She's a liar. And this is a Laura Crowder says Jasmine Crockett announced she's going to ruin. She's going to ruin. Remember how much they blew on Beto? Yeah. 1.4 dudes per minute without any rest, bathroom, or meal break. I call bullshit on 1,024. She's a hoe, but you know what I mean? I don't even think it went that far. I think it's like I don't even want to get into this, but I think it's like a thing where it's like one pump and that's it. Each one gets one pump. That's it. I don't think there's no way it went to client. I don't know. He did. Did you catch that Rumble rant from Life is Indifferent? Yeah, I had to pop out chat. See? Right here, see? Right there. I have to go to bed at 5 towards the new goal. Here's a rant and have a good night. I see, I did it. I had it. That's what got us down to $63 from 68. She announces she's going to run for Senate, but it immediately starts with the crocodile tears.
Right now, many people wonder why I jumped in this race so late, and I just want to be clear that this was never my intention. This was never about me. I never put myself into any of the polls. Listen, my question was, which congressional seat would I be running for? And for Texas 30,
Oh, my God.
I love you, Texas 30. Okay, I'm gonna finish. But the more I saw the poll results, I couldn't ignore the trends, which were clear, both as it relates to the primary as well as the general election.
Can you guys hear it?
I could have played it safe and continued serving in the United States House of Representatives for as long as my constituents would have me. But I don't choose to do that.
Because she wasn't going to win.
Texas, this moment we're in now, is life or death.
It's life or death. Yeah. Life or death. Life or death. Top GOP senator says Crockett announcement exposes how radical Dems are nationwide. And then this story, look at this. Jimmy Kimmel signs a 12-month contract extension with Disney. So remember all the shit that happened, and they were suspending him, they were going to get rid of him, and it was Trump's fault, and it was all bullshit. It was all just a bunch of bullshit. They're giving him an extension. Yeah, he was suspended over his comments about Charlie Kirk, but they just signed him to a 1-year contract extension. What do you know? That's weird, right? Kind of strange. I often ask the question, when do I do the opposite of what I said? And I previously said this is going to be my last one, the last 3 contexts, so I learned not to say anything anymore because it upsets my staff. Crockett absolutely cannot take over where she wants, one that includes the border. No way. Yeah, definitely. So Kimmel, that was all lies, and we got played. We got played. Jimmy Kimmel, ABC extends Jimmy Kimmel despite the outrage over the Charlie Kirk comments because they didn't give a fuck. They were all lying. ABC makes Jimmy Kimmel a contract decision after yanking him off air over Charlie Kirk comments because it was all a fucking show. It was all an act. Headline makes news, creates viewers, furs their ad revenue. Yeah. Yes. Crackhead. Yeah. Got this story. U.S. job openings hold steady in October after September surge. The number of people who have resigned from their jobs is the lowest in more than 5 years. U.S. job openings were a little changed in October, reaffirming elevated uncertainty over the U.S. economy, according to delayed data from the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Following a solid 431,000 gain in September, vacancy rose more modestly in October, up 12,000 from 7.67 million. Job openings and labor turnover survey, or JOLTS, postponed due to the shutdown, found that openings were led by the retail trade with 142,000. Declines were centered mainly in professional business services, down 114,000, and federal government, negative 25,000, and leisure and hospitality, down 22,000. The number of job quits, a signal of worker confidence in the labor market, declined by 187,000. Or maybe people just are happy with their jobs and they don't want to quit. I mean, taking a lot of things and saying like, oh, if the market was better, more people would quit their jobs. I guess. This was firmly below the 3.21 million job quits from a year ago. decline was concentrated in accommodation and food services. A measure of voluntary job leavers as a proportion of total employment, the quits rates dipped to 1.8% from 2%. Plus, the holidays are coming. Maybe people don't want to. Yes, we are winning. Lurking time. I'm done with work stuff for tomorrow. Man, I'm good. Watch gym, chat, watch a game, and do job crap. Not bad for a crippled old man. You're not a crippled old man. You're just fine. You're a good man. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Oh, shit, I had the wrong thing on. Sorry. New hires were little changed at 5.1 million, while layoffs were also flat at 1.9 million. So more people are being hired than laid off, so that means the job, if more people are being hired than people were laid off, then shouldn't that mean, and less people were quitting, shouldn't that mean that employment was good? I don't know, man. These numbers further support the months-long trend of a low-fire, low-hire environment. Job market has cooled, but it hasn't cracked. Job openings rose to nearly 7.7 million, higher than expected, but well below the post-pandemic peak. That's good. Job openings barely budged. Oh, CNN says America's job market is turning into an exclusive airport lounge. Fuck you, CNN. Oh, this is something interesting here. Pepsi cuts a deal with an activist, plans product overhaul and layoffs. PepsiCo reached a deal with activist investor Elliott Investment Management that will trim its U.S. product lineup by 20%, prioritize affordability for working poor customers, and move forward with a workforce restructuring as part of a broader cost-cutting push. What do you know? Billionaire Paul Singer's Elliott built a $4 billion stake in Pepsi earlier this year, aiming to overhaul a junk food giant that has been steadily losing ground to rivals in both sodas and snacks. They, in a press release, all those artificially inflated government jobs are missing. They want to launch a clean label innovation, more protein, fiber, whole grains, and no artificial colors or flavors, including Simply NKD snacks and Doritos protein. So they want junk food to not be junk anymore. So basically, Pepsi's going to go broke because people that want to buy the stuff don't want health food. If they wanted health food, they'd buy health food. Cost cutting aggressively, 3 plant closures, multiple line shutdowns, and nearly a 20% SKU reduction. What? This guy is going to tank. What's this say? Cash App, thank you for making news fun. Well, thank you. Thank you for the $5. 2 brick walls. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. So with that, we are now $58 away, just $58 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Cash App. Pepsi also offered an update versus the Wall Street estimate. So their revenue growth. So if they're growing revenue by 2.7% every year, every fiscal year, increased revenue of 2.7%, why are they going to start cutting SKUs and stuff? I mean, they should be worried about losing money and losing market share by what they're doing. Organic growth between 2 to 4%, net revenue growth of 4 to 6%, and productivity record savings driven by automation, digitization. So yeah, this guy just wants them to fire people and cut SKUs and close plants. Well, that's going to work out great. It's going to be less. Separately, Bloomberg News reports that employees at its headquarters in Purchase, New York, as well as in Chicago and Plano, Texas, have been asked to work remotely this week. We can anonymous sign that layoffs could be announced imminently. Yes, thank you, Two Brick Walls. Thank you. We'll be making structural changes. In markets, Pepsi's share remains locked in a bear market, down about 25% from their 2023 peak. It's an improvement. It's roughly 30% drawdown since past summer. That looks like it bounced back up there. So it was almost 200, and now it's down to about over 150. So I guess that's about a 25% drop. I don't know. PepsiCo to cut prices, eliminate products as part of the deal. Yeah, I mean, they are charging way too much for this fucking sugar water, that's for sure. Pepsi to review supply chain, cut prices. Oh, here we go. Pamela Smith, D.C.'s first black female DEA police chief, has resigned. Why, you might ask? Why has she resigned?
What the chain of command is now? What does that mean?
What does that mean? What is chain of command? What is? D.C. police chief resigns amid homicide data manipulation scandal investigation. Yes. D.C. police chief resigns as massive scandal over crime stats heats up. What? That's right. I don't know what that is. Can you define the definition of is? Yes. Washington, D.C. Mayor Bowser announced on Monday that police chief Pamela A. Smith will be stepping down 3 months after we reported that the DOJ was investigating a massive scandal over manipulated crime data. That's right. Manipulated crime data. Good grief is right. Uh-oh. We went over 4 hours and Instagram canceled, and I totally forgot that it cancels after 4 hours. I totally forgot that it cancels after 4 hours. Oh well, let me fix it. Let me go like this, do this, and then go remove. Save changes. All right. Smith, who also doesn't know what the term chain of command means, is out for unknown reasons. However, she told Fox 5 she resigned to spend more time with her family. After 28 years in law enforcement, I have been going nonstop. Nonstop, she says. Nonstop. Been going nonstop. Ain't gonna stop me. Can't stop me, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Today I announced MPD chief will be stepping down. My statement. Yeah, she's great. She did all the things I wanted her to do. She let me be able to lie to people and tell them crime was down. Yes, the only thing that was down is taking accountability stuff and shit. Serving alongside such dedicated professionals, both those on the front lines and those working tirelessly behind the scenes, has been one of the greatest honors of my career. She's been on the job just over 2 years. 2 years. Resigns. Usually that means there's a problem. D.C. police are also under investigation in a pair of federal probes into allegedly manipulating crime statistics. In early September, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller revealed the ongoing Justice Department investigation. Justice Department to investigate whether D.C. police manipulated crime data.
It's been trending down. Crime in the nation's capital, the White House says it is out of control. D.C. police say it's been trending down for 2 years. Good evening, everyone. I'm Un Yang.
I'm Sean Yancey. Tonight, the Trump administration is calling the crime stats into question. The Justice Department launched an investigation, according to 2 law enforcement sources, into whether MPD is intentionally manipulating the numbers.
News Force Paul Wagner first reported on this
Well, what are
issue
you gonna say, they were
earlier
doing
this
it
summer.
accidentally?
Paul joins us live to bring us up to date on why it's in the spotlight now. Paul?
Hi there, Ron and Sean. You know, this has been percolating for quite some time now. It was back on May 22nd that the D.C. Police Union put out a press release, and they made a claim that the crime number manipulation was widespread within the D.C. Police Department. News 4 then began to look into that, and we learned on July 18th that a D.C. police commander had been placed on leave and was accused of manipulating crime data in his district. Now, the feds, 1 month later, say they're beginning their own investigation. Last month, News 4 first reported that MPD Commander Michael Pulliam had been placed on paid administrative leave, accused of manipulating crime data in the 3rd District. Pulliam denies the allegations. In that same report, the chairman of the D.C. Police Union, Greg Pemberton, said the manipulation of crime data was common in the department and done to make it appear violent crime was lower than it actually is.
When our members respond to the scene of a felony offense where there is a victim reporting that a felony occurred, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on that scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. So instead of taking a report for a shooting or a stabbing or a carjacking, they will order that officer to take a report for a theft or an injured person to the hospital or a felony assault, which is not the same type of classification.
Pemberton said when the classifications are changed, they are not reflected in the violent crime statistics. At the time of our initial report, D.C. crime data shows violent crime was down 26% when compared to the same time last year, and overall crime was down 8%. Our report caught the attention of President Trump, who mentioned it at his news conference a week ago Monday, and last night posted to Truth Social that the D.C. Police Department was under serious investigation. But in an interview last week with News 4's Mark Seagraves, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said the D.C. Police Internal Affairs investigation into changing crime stats was only focused on Commander Pulliam.
Oh, yeah,
I think that
this is the one
what
guy.
Paul's reporting revealed is that the chief of police had concerns about one commander, investigated all 7 districts, and verified that the concern was with one person. So we are completing that investigation.
The mayor's office today declined to comment on the new federal investigation being conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office. So that investigation will be conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office here in the District of Columbia, and that is by U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. We did reach out to her office today. They declined to comment. We've reached out to Chief Pamela Smith multiple times today. We have not heard back, and the same with the police union, the chairman, Greg Pemberton. We've reached out to him multiple times as well, and we've heard nothing back at this point. That's the latest here from outside police headquarters. Now back at you.
Paul, at the time of your report, though, you did speak at length with Chief Smith. She wouldn't go on camera at that point, but she did give you a statement. What did she tell you?
Yeah, I had a long chat with the chief about this. About an hour-long chat, was all on the record, but at the time she didn't want to go on camera and said she wanted to give us a statement. And I have the statement here in front of me now. I'll just tell you a little bit about what she said. She said, I do not condone any official reclassifying criminal offenses outside the guidelines set in MPD policy.
So what are the guidelines? That's the thing. They keep saying they didn't allow them to change them outside of the guidelines. But what were the guidelines? What exactly were the guidelines? You know, what were the guidelines for changing stuff? That is the question we all need to know. What is going on? Why am I got a shadow now? And C. Wilkie says her prior position was DEI administrator. True story. Audra says if they're going after DC police, then they need to go after all these others that aren't correctly reporting race. Yes. Bullshit. They stopped reporting and arresting. The Trump brought in the guard. That's right. The wrong crime stats are nationwide. Yes, they are. No. What? Hey, Saxon Rainey. What's up? Great to see you, Saxon Rainey. It's the white guy's fault. Nothing to see here. That's right. It's the white guy's fault. Did they change the guidelines? What are the guidelines? They haven't said what the guidelines are. Like, they can establish, that's, but more than likely what the DOJ wants to know is what the guidelines were, the orders coming from her. Probably the orders for what they were changing. Like, maybe this guy might have went too far. He claims he didn't. He says everything he did was within the guidelines. This one commander.
Allegation of this behavior will be dealt with through internal processes. And when I did speak with the chief, she said, look, I have a long history of working in law enforcement, and I would never condone doing anything like that. So we'll have to see how this all plays out now with this investigation.
Yeah, let's see how it all plays out. This was from August 19th, but we go back here. So they're looking into whether they manipulated the data. Miller told reporters that when the results of the investigation are finally, it will stun you. Even though D.C. had worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. Miller said the DOJ investigators have uncovered evidence that crime data was manipulated to the point that some murders and homicides were falsely reported as accidents. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff assured reporters that the full extent of the manipulation will be uncovered and will be brought to light. Miller says that they're covering up crime stats and even classifying murders as accidents. How many Democrat-led cities have falsified crime data? All of them.
We've uncovered, in the process of uncovering, a massive scandal in Washington, D.C. with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the manipulation of the crime data has been in this city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to worry about being robbed or mugged. They're wearing their watches again. They're wearing jewelry again. They're carrying purses again. People had changed their whole lives in this city for fear of being murdered, mugged, and carjacked. It is a literal statement that President Trump has freed 700,000 people in this city who were living under the rule of criminals and thugs.
Yeah. Living under the rule of criminal and thugs. The Washington Post reported that there was an internal scandal, which has been run by Democrats for decades in D.C. Has been frustrated. Cops have been talking to the DOJ and have receipts. WAPO detailed internal accusations that managers were recording serious crimes as more minor ones to make their police districts appear safer and avoid the ire of top department brass. Supervisors clashed over whether an offense was a robbery or a theft, or whether a weapon used in assault qualified as potentially deadly. Frustrated officers kept lists documenting cases that were believed by higher-ups improperly classified and a crime of a lesser offense. It is crazy. Joe says, off your voting is important. Miami elected a woman mayor and a commissioner, both Democrats. If it happens in Florida, it can happen anywhere. Why is there an election on December 9th? Elections are always supposed to either be in November or in March. I know they some have in the spring elections, but I've never heard of one in December. Hear no evil. Reason I bring it up is because I saw a stupid DC mayor. I guess Miami wants to become stupid now. I guess. I don't know what's going on. The police department is playing fast and loose with how they report data. So a group of pissed off cops went into DC police, have been fighting with superiors and keeping notes. Miami is nuts. Now they've been working with the feds to blow the lid off, or as WAPO puts it, found a receptive audience. Cool. Post Millennial just says, police chief resigns have been horrible. Homicide data manipulation investigation. Center Square has, as police union questions timing of the D.C. police chief's resignation. Yeah, she's going to fall on her sword like a good Democrat and not let the mayor get blamed. Union is questioning the timing of the resignation. The announced resignation on Monday, which will be effective December 31st. The chief's resignation comes as the House Oversight Committee and Department of Justice are actively investigating allegations stemming from whistleblowers that came forward suggesting leadership deliberately manipulated crime data. James Comer says the committee is launching the investigation following disturbing allegations after a whistleblower came forward suggesting there. Yeah. So there's that. Same thing here. Union questioning timing of the chief resignation. This story out of New York. How did D.C. work out for big balls? Badly beaten, at least 2 charge, given probation. Yeah. Runoff election, no one got 50%. Oh, man. That's crazy. Special election to fill vacancy. Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani has picked a controversial rapper who did 7 years in prison for armed robbery to advise him on the criminal justice system. That's right. He picked a crime boss. He appoints Boycott Black Murder. Guy who did 7 years for armed robbery is a justice advisor. That just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? That makes a lot of sense. Socialist commie mayor, Kami Mamdani. The Kami Mamdani appoints convicted armed robber to lead his criminal justice team. He must be one of them black Muslims. Nation of Islam. My son Lennon. My son Lennon. Want to buy some Lennon? His name's My Son Lennon. Formerly incarcerated rapper. No, he's a convicted armed robber. How about that? Kami Mamdani is proving exactly why voters should be worried. He's tapped a convicted armed robber to help shape the city's public safety and criminal justice agenda. He appointed My Son Lennon, a 49-year-old rapper, activist, and Def Jam signee who spent 7 years in prison for 2 violent taxi driver robberies to serve on his City Hall transition team. He was convicted in 1999 for 2 separate armed robberies of taxi drivers. Lennon and accomplices robbed cab driver Joseph Exiri, smashing him in the head with a beer bottle during the attack. In 1998, he said Lennon held up another cabbie, Francisco Monsanto, at gunpoint, stealing cash and a ring before fleeing into the night. He faced up to 25 years for the violent crimes, but only served 7 because, Soros, DAs, and judges. At the time, his defense argued he had no motives because he was writing songs for Lil' Kim and Mas. And the announcement wasn't made at City Hall's press release, but instead on Instagram. Because Until Freedom, where Lennon serves as leader. We're proud that Until Freedom leaders have been chosen to serve on Kami Mamdani's transition team. We're building something different. Building something daring. Yeah. It's called crimes. We're building some crimes. Because it's daring. Mamdani had ex-cons who did 7 years for armed robbery. Mamdani appoints armed robber. Deeply disturbing armed robber, convicted, joins Zohran Mamdani's public safety transition team. Senate Republicans land on Obamacare fix, teeing up dueling votes with Dems. Senate GOP bands together behind Casey Crapo, HSA proposal ahead of Thursday's vote.
Soon.
And President Trump is taking his economic message on the road. He's going to focus on the administration's efforts to boost wages and lower costs. This as Congress gets ready for a very big week ahead. There's a major vote on Obamacare subsidies extending. That's expected in the Senate as early as Thursday. So Chad Pergram live on Capitol Hill. Hi, Chad.
Dana, good morning. Healthcare has vexed Congress for years. This week is no different. Senate Democrats plan a test vote Thursday on a bill to renew Obamacare money. That issue was central to the government shutdown, but most Republicans reject that.
What is before us is to address the immediacy of the expiring tax credit, which we all agree needs to be extended in the short term so that we can address a longer term issue. So there are a lot of reforms that I think we can work together to create bipartisan compromise.
Obamacare tax credits expire at the end of the year. There's a push from a coalition of bipartisan lawmakers for a separate plan. It would reform Obamacare. They say any package must have buy-in from both sides.
Do not put a single party bill on the floor because it's not going to pass the Senate with 60 votes. We already know that. So let's put a two-party bill together now that's going to pass, that will address the cliff that we face at the end of the year, but will still deal with the long-term issues of getting to the true drivers of health care.
Republicans are using the occasion to torch Obamacare, but Republicans have struggled for years to find an alternative to Obamacare.
Wow.
We need to reform the Obamacare, and I have been preaching to my colleagues in the Senate for months now that we need to do another reconciliation bill. And I'm going to chase them like they stole Christmas until they agree with me. I don't know why we're sitting here doing nothing.
Now, lawmakers know that a deadline often compels action in Congress, especially around Christmas. Lawmakers have 2 weeks, but they're still looking for
Those
guidance.
eyebrows are caterpillars. I don't know.
Dana?
Chad, thank you. We'll see if they can reform Obamacare in 3 days. I'm looking forward to seeing how that turns out.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. So Republicans finally landed a plan to tackle Obamacare subsidies to counter Democrats, but both are likely to fail. John Thune announced Tuesday that Republicans had coalesced around a proposal from Bill Cassidy, who chairs the Senate Health Panel, and Mike Crapo, who chairs the Senate Finance Committee. So senators picked Black Friday, Obamacare fix that bridges Democrats, Republicans' demands. So the proposal, which was unveiled on Monday, has been in works for several weeks. They argued Democrats' plan, which was unveiled by Chuck Schumer last week, would extend subsidies for 3 years, would do little to curb costs of health care, instead benefit affluent Americans and insurance companies. Program desperately needs to be reformed, especially with all the fraud. Maybe we get rid of all the fraud. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem. Their plan would see HSAs $1,000 for people 18 to 49 and $1,500 for 50 to 65 for people earning up to 700% of the poverty level. In order to get the pre-funded HSA, people would have to buy a bronze or catastrophic plan on the exchange. The bill includes provisions to reduce Medicaid funding for states that cover illegal immigrants. I thought they said they don't cover illegal immigrants. So what's going on? How wait a minute. Both plans are likely to fail. However, given that Democrats have rejected doing away with the subsidies in favor of HSAs, Republicans defend that reforms to the credits, like income caps and more stringent enforcement, are must-haves. They argue the only realist plan is to prevent premiums from hiking. What's driving the price is they're doing nothing about it. Oh, okay. So the prices are going up, but they only want to help the people that are getting the free handout. They want to help the people who aren't getting any handout. It's not a realistic plan that the Democrats have. They're in charge of putting together the votes to pass something, and so far they have zero outreach. Well, multiple Republicans-backed healthcare plan reforms expected as Schumer slams GOP division. They'll offer alternative healthcare plan as Democrats seek to extend tax credits. Senate to vote on Thursday for a healthcare plan. Senate to vote on Thursday for Republican, Democrat healthcare plans. This is a new study from the UH exposed that Obamacare is a criminal piggy bank. 23 or 24 fake applications were approved by the government. We saw all this stuff. $1 billion theft. We saw this. GAO found $20 billion. I saw this earlier. I got this yesterday. FBI arrested Gerson Cuadro Soto out of Nebraska, an alleged MS-13 gang leader. Hey, do you think Americans think of free healthcare like Canada? What do you think they think of it? Most of them aren't interested because they know that there's a big wait. You have to wait for anything. And a lot of people from Canada come to the U.S. to get stuff because they can't wait. I was referring to the guy in the clip a couple minutes ago. Those eyebrows are caterpillars. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. No, I know who you're talking about. That's fine. suspected of executing the assassination of the former president of Honduras. Wow. Task Force Vulcan investigating out of Houston, and great work for FBI Omaha and partners. MS-13 gang leader in the murder of ex-Honduran president's son arrested in Nebraska. Wow. It's crazy. Deep dive into MS-13.
Welcome back to the Will Cain Show. Today, there is a hearing underway in the case of the man in Maryland who had suspected ties to MS-13, who was deported to El Salvador. The judge ordering daily updates after the Supreme Court ordered the government to facilitate his return home, even though there are court documents from 2019 stating his affiliation
Never waited.
with
I can
MS-13.
go to the doctor if I have a cold.
So what is MS-13?
So awesome. Okay.
It is a transnational criminal organization. It was formed by El Salvadorian immigrants that came to the United States. The gang has been functioning here since at least the 1980s. And as you can see on your screen, their presence is all throughout the United States, covering more than half the country. Their crimes are horrific. Just this year, MS-13 gang members were indicted for murder in Maryland, while Times was arrested for murder. And joining me now to understand all of this is the founder of Gang Suppression Through Educational Program.
Okay. Well, that's a good story. Yeah, another hoax is discussing the media would run with anonymous named allegations ICE did not arrest or sexually assault a Somali U.S. citizen. These types of smears are leading to our officers facing more than a 1,050 increase in assaults and 8,000 increase in death threats. This is Tennessee Holler is such a bunch of bullshit. They're so fucking full of shit. But that's the only thing good about Canada. The rest, I'm jealous of you guys. So detained by ICE's goons and sexually assaulted her. Said, what could you be hiding under her hijab? So they're claiming that looking under someone's hijab is sexual assault.
Took more than 24 hours for the feds to release her. Is that it?
Tim McCarran, her cousin, says she spent the night in jail in Elk River after agents picked her up near Nicollet Mall on Wednesday. He says that she was out running an errand when multiple ICE agents jumped out of two cars and then zip-tied her. She's too shaken up to speak publicly, but her cousin, who didn't want to show his face because of his own immigration status, told us what happened.
Pleading with them, but they ended up sexually assaulting her and saying, like, what could you be hiding under this? And I mean, I call Minnesota home.
And her cousin says they let her go only after her husband showed them her passport card proving that she's a citizen. The cousin works as a paralegal at a Golden Valley law.
This is a bunch of bullshit. So yeah, so that's the lies. You know, these types of smears are leading to ICE did not arrest or sexually assault a Somali U.S. citizen. So yeah, they might think they're a citizen. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. That's right. Let them go. Let these guys go. There you go. Let them go. Let them go. Oh, did you see that neck on her? Yeah. Someone give me a green card, please. Why would you want to go to the doctor when you have a cold? Literally any. Well, cool. All right, everybody. I tried. We went 4.5 hours. I gave you guys a whole extra hour of show, and we never hit the second goal. So, unfortunately, we're going to call it a night. We'll see what happens. Maybe Wednesday will be better. If I decide to stream Wednesday, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. Tonight, Wednesday night. It seems like Wednesday night might be the one night a week I take off. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. But anyway, I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remember to hit the like. Please subscribe. Please leave a comment. And I'll see you all soon. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.